Good evening, Chad, and welcome back to Of the Devil. Hello, Ali. Good evening. Alright, so the last time I streamed this game, we got to the end of episode 1, and we did all the bonus scenarios too. Which means that we're starting episode 2 this stream. As long as I'm not missing anything, and I don't think I am. No evidence, obviously. 163 credit means that I can... Ooh. Necomog. Try to pet the cat in episode 2. What does that entail? I'm sticking with Raze. Raze is my girl. I'm sticking with this one. I kind of like the gradient on the rose gold. Sure, we'll keep it like that for now. Alright. Let's get started. You can choose to play in high roller mode. Oh, I know I can. I know I can. Trust me, I'm very aware. How about standard, though? That feels more up to my speed. Enjoy the mystery. Hello, Daisy. Hello there. Disable tutorials? Keep them on. First question's an easy one. Who's your senator? Methinks. Piece of shit still trying to lie to our faces. Methinks is our senator, man. What, still? Shit, hey, wake up! Gah. From the top, I guess. What is your name? Icaria? What year is it? 2086. What did you say last time? 2027? Maybe this stuff's finally working. Dog does know how to shake. You can go. Again in the head. One thing I said. One thing I asked. Anywhere but the head. Not my fault he's got a punchable face. So he calibrated yet or what? No. But we're as close as we're gonna get with equipment this old. You wanna get to the real questions, or does he need more softening up? I just said, I won't soften him up in the head. How about it? You still with us, Hound? Help me, my network sucks so bad I can barely maintain an internet connection. Oh, Jesus Christ. Average British network. You're gonna feel a migraine hit you like a train in a few seconds. Do me a favor and hold on to the pain. Let go, and the barbitazine will drop you like an anchor. Don't want you a vegetable, right? Yeah, that's the spirit. Knew you were a fighter. Question 1. Do you know why you're here? Because you were too spooked to do this over a line? I'm always the right amount of spooked, Red. Oh, hello. When I tell you this heat, I mean it. I know, and I always listen. See? Breathable layers! What the hell are you wearing, Morgan? Okay, hello. This is new. I have never seen her in a different outfit. Hello. A nice ponytail. God damn it. You laughed. Doesn't mean I conceded the point. You liar. You memorized the map? You kept it pretty vague, but yeah, I think I got the gist of it. Verbena probably won't be present for this one. That's unfortunate. You that worried about a paper trail? Proactive Analytics just won a state contract for new trawling algorithms that can DN on an entire city block's crumbs in less than an hour. There's crumbs again. The IoT. Didn't you read the financial section today? I'm more of a Sudoku gal. They can't all be as well read as Pray Not Die Manny. I'm sending you the links. Read them. And the rest of the news too. Proposition 492 is going to be on the ballot this year. You shouldn't vote on it blindly. For a guy who makes the majority of his living operating outside the law, you sure take your civic duty seriously. Information brokering isn't illegal. What people choose to do with my advice... Do you declare the income for it on your taxes? Sorry. I promised to take a look at what you sent over. Oh. Hi, I love this Morgan outfit. She's so cute. I like that she's got a mask as well. Is there a pandemic hitting, or does she just have that for style points? With elections coming up, a number of measures related to infrastructure, public works, and funding for city programs will be on the ballot soon. Read on to get an overview of some of the most hotly anticipated issues you'll be able to vote on in coming months. Proposition 4362D. Petition for City Council to commission cost analysis on public schooling. For the last several decades, all education has been handled through private institutions, typically associated with one or more corporate benefactors. While this has eased the expense of childcare and pre-university education for many families, some citizens regularly voice concern over children being treated as customers first and students second. Bless me. There are several schools throughout the city that accept students at no cost to their parents, but these are reliant on government subsidies introducing the potential for waste and corruption, and are generally seen as subpar environments for learning. If enough voters say aye to this petition, City Council will commission a study to evaluate the cost and feasibility of reintroducing direct public schooling. Public schooling's not a thing no more? Will it piss Ray's off to see Morgan with a Ray's charm on her phone? It will piss her off to no goddamn end. For the love of all that is holy, do not let Ray's see this phone. Funding of Atlas Pillar rejuvenation projects. Voting aye on this measure will direct City Council to fund the renovation and reinforcement of multiple Atlas Pillars around the lower wards, paid for by a percent increase in sales tax within city limits. Atlas Pillars act as stabilizing points for the city's canopy super infrastructure and house all the largest public transit elevators that allow foot traffic to seamlessly flow between the canopy and street level. The measure is generally viewed favorably by representatives from the lower wards, who acknowledge that the necessary construction will be disruptive, but point to language in the proposition that guarantees easing of zoning restrictions around the pillars as vital to reducing unemployment in the target regions. Oh my god. Previous comparable proposals that renovated city pillars north of the park have been touted as successful examples, and studies have shown that poverty is down and citizen satisfaction is up in the surrounding areas. Some number of city council members representing uptown districts have voiced skepticism about these economic benefits, but none have argued against the architectural reality of the canopy's need for additional structural reinforcement. Which exactly of the city's older Atlas pillars will be targeted for this rejuvenation has yet to be disclosed. Past experience has shown that, due to the nature of vertically integrated real estate, property values in the lower wards can either skyrocket, or even drop into the negative based on which pillars are rejuvenated, and the city is wary of disrupting the real estate market in the lower wards with rampant outsider-funded speculation. I'm still rocking the Sarah charm. God, all the charms are so good, but Raze is my girl. We're naming Atlas Pillars to honor local community figures. Nicknamed the Pillars of the Community project in the headlines, Prop 493 seeks to rename the Atlas Pillars around the city after local leaders and national figures, replacing the current system where pillars are given alphanumerical designations based on the streets they're built atop of. Few members of City Council have spoken explicitly for or against the measure, but also general support among the citizenry, with some questions about how the new names will be chosen. Atlas was originally an internal name for super infrastructure constructs, but leaked blueprints and contractor word of mouth spread the moniker, and it has become rooted itself in the culture in the years since, despite having what the mayor at the time reportedly described in private as an ominous ring to it. Commission of Report on Victims of Acid Snow? The acid snow incident sits prominently at the forefront of the public conscience following the Greyfall documentary that premiered earlier this year. Previously underreported on, while the industrial accident did not create snow and did not in fact add acid to the atmosphere, the film's eyewitness accounts of the scarring children received that early morning nearly 2 decades ago as they played in what they thought was an unseasonable snowfall has spurred public outcry. If this proposition receives enough eyes at the ballot box, the city will commission a full investigation into the victims of the incident, including assessment of damages for what could one day be a public fund for medical treatment. Why don't you do that anyway? Critics of the proposition argue that after 20 years, few of the victims will still be residents of the city, assuming they can be found at all. Others point to the state lawsuit Gendu Chemicals settled 15 years ago as sufficient compensation for the victims, though, as one of the conditions of that settlement, Gendu did not admit any fault or wrongdoing on the part of corporate leadership. Oh. Decided to look at this game on AO3, it seems it's mostly smut, but the safe for work there is peak. That's the problem with when I go on, like, fanfic sites looking for good stuff. It does tend to be mostly some, strange materials. I'd say that much. Not necessarily just smut, but strange materials as well. Right, well, I looked at it. How can you be this calm? A chance like this doesn't come around, well, ever. Frankly, I'm still surprised they were willing to put up the funds it took to commission this thing. What do you think changed? Nothing ever changes in the lower wards, is what I would say if I was feeling dramatic. Heartbreak made organized crime look like a bunch of cowards hiding under rocks, is what I would say if I was feeling comedic. Don't joke about heartbreak before sending a woman off into the lower wards by herself. Because you're such a delicate flower in need of protection. Morgan. Here she is again. When I saw it by Kudos, the first thing I saw was gunplay? What? Criminal defense. Likes power washers, lamb chops, prime numbers. Just likes lectures, felt, the violin. Plays blackjack, Texas Hold'em, CeeLo, Mahjong, E-card. Yep. Eggs, fried and runny. Favorite flower, the funny looking red ones. Licorice radiata. She's talking about the red spider lily, for those in the uninitiated. I just looked it up. Spider lily's a good one. How about you stop feeling analytic and give me a real answer? Fine. In my humble opinion, the Rust made the first move. Demand for their products has gone up, so they set to work with their syringes and cleavers and vans. Mobile chop shops hunting for product to fill the supply gap. Supply gap? You can't spit without it landing on a Vitruvian clinic. How's the biggest it's ever been? What mods aren't being printed to demand? The tiny bit of text being orange makes you think at least some of the profiles are written by Sarah. Potentially she might have added that. That feels like a very Sarah thing to do. It's replacement parts, not the mods of the Rust Harvest. Petruvian, How, and all the others aren't interested in helping you fix a faulty pump. They just want to sell you a whole new model. The Rust might not always be pretty to look at, but even law-abiding citizens would gladly swallow their distaste for a discount that steep. A lot of modders are veterans, not easy prey. Correct. Hence, the Rust stockpiling weapons. And in response, the blue blood sensing escalation. But that's just my hypothesis. Whose name has become one of my names, if you did not notice that. Oh yeah, I saw it got added next to Jelly. I ever get pulled into an alley and wake up missing a kidney, we'll call it a formal theory. Rust Gang. The domestic criminal organization known as the Rust is more accurately described as a loose collection of smaller gangs, sets, and racketeering operations that formed out of necessity rather than any particular shared value. Broad powers granted to the state and law enforcement to address civil unrest during the 60s meant that small to medium-sized criminal organizations could not survive on their own, as virtually all of their members could be detained indefinitely if one or more members were suspected of racketeering, under new laws that classified gang activity as terrorism. While the Rust has evolved since its chaotic initial formation, the spirit of it lives on in the highly diverse culture of the Rust's component cells, or pods. Law enforcement officials disagree on whether the Rust meets the definition of a criminal organization, as many argue that gangs that make it up are capable of operating completely independently of one another. Some hypothesize that the Rust serves merely as a shadow on the cave wall, intended to make smaller gangs' patterns of violence seem like well-organized planning. As it stands, the Rust is known for its black market operations in illegal and illicitly sourced mods, offering military-grade or foreign-produced mods to civilians. They're particularly known for regularly assaulting and ripping mods out of their victims for resale. Oh. Historically, the Rust has been associated with elevated levels of gang violence, earning themselves a fearsome reputation that has, fortunately, limited their ability to assimilate themselves into other segments of society. I just realized my excess of names is also a reference to its Stars in Time. What? However, in People v. Harmonicae systems, State alleged that Harmonicae had, on numerous occasions, employed the Rust as a kind of extra-legal mercenary force when pursuing aggressive market negotiations with their competitors. The case was ultimately settled out of court for an undisclosed penalty amount, but misinformation has persisted ever since, claiming that the Rust has endured despite its violent tendencies due to being sheltered from consequences by corporations who contract the Rust as deniable mercenaries. Huh. It's not like we're talking about a weapon of mass destruction. What makes the Blues think they can win a gang war with it? Maybe they found the right soldier to wield it. The idea lingers in the air for a moment as I gaze out the window. Windows and neon and advertisements galore float up past us like bubbles of air as we make our descent. Down into our beautiful city scenic lower wards. How's this part go again? Through me, the way to the city of woe. Through me, the way to eternal pain. Through me, the way among the lost. Dante's Inferno, huh? Take note of that. Another Bible thing. Well, not necessarily Bible, but biblical. Welcome to the underworld, Dante. Okay, never mind. It's been spelled out for me. Sometimes hot, sometimes misty, sometimes choking with poison. Always dark. That the official forecast? More accurate than whatever's on your phone. Between the skyscrapers, the generators, the turbines, and the canopy, every city block's got its own climate down here. 9 circles of fresh hell. If you get the reference, say something. Don't make me feel crazy for 5 minutes so you can feel smart for 5 seconds. The smog of the lower wards lingers on your skin long after you make the climb back out. This place clings to you, unwanted, cloying attachment. But there's an honesty to all human interaction down here that makes it trivial for me to navigate. And it's got a nightlife rife with opportunities for someone with my particular interests. Sorry I couldn't get you anything else to work with. It was short notice. I know better than to bet against you by now, Rad. But still. It's sweet of you to worry. But this is a surefire thing. Spoken like a true addict. I mean it. I'm here for business, not pleasure. I don't plan on leaving anything to chance. Be the cyber. Avoid the populated streets. Turn away from brightly lit spots. Follow the trail of graffiti and broken cameras, past foot stands and steam vents down the rabbit hole. It sounds more complicated than it actually is in practice. It's easy to end up on the wrong side of town as long as you're trying to. Reynard's map narrowed the search a lot more than I expected, but I'll be on my own from here on out. It's gotta be one of these 3 buildings. So let's go over what I know. I'm looking for a base of operations for a mid-tier kind of pod. Rougher than a storefront, not as fortified as a headquarters. A location that makes customers feel safe, not trapped. Of course, if I just start knocking on doors, they'll probably find me with weapons drawn. So if I want to be smart about this, I better use all my senses. Scope out. Check. Examine. Alright. We have gameplay now. The windows are all dark, like no one's home. But they're all shut too, so it could be that they're just tinted. Alley's clear. The fire escape's still there for the most part. Could pass through an alternate exit if need be. And that door looks sturdy enough to bounce a bullet off. Someone's been renovating. That's credit for whatever reason. Could come up later. Anything could come up later. The salt shaker came up later, so... Well, this place looks like shit. Looks more like a haunt just dry enough for users to pass out in than anything else. It's plenty inconspicuous, but a dealer at the level I'm looking for would be considered a made man. Respectable. I doubt they'd be willing to have to step over trash constantly just to keep a low profile. They're a bit cleaner than the other buildings around here. Could be someone spending money on upkeep. Or maybe this one's just been torn down and rebuilt the least. There are a couple bodies lingering around outside it. They don't exactly have that organized criminal associate edge. ORCA, organized criminal associate, is the label most widely used within law enforcement for individuals who are members of criminal organizations, supplanting terminology used during the first half of the 21st century in accordance with changes to the organization of, recruitment for, and internal culture within organized crime. Frequently abbreviated with some artistic liberty as orcs or the more common orcas, law enforcement professionals often use related nomenclature when discussing organized criminal activity in informal settings. For example, an orca may also be referred to as a killer whale, Kale, or KW. A group of orcas may be called a pod, while a known gathering place may be labeled a den. As I said, this game is a Chekhov's firing squad, yeah. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. A lot of pods will pay civilians good money just to keep their eyes open. It's certainly dark, but there's a camera out front, and it's not broken. Overall, it's probably just some mechanic garage that shuts down the power to save money at night. Okay, might as well pull the trigger. Dingy but not a shithole. Some secure features, but the paint's not too shiny. Goldilocks takes it. This is my best bet. But why? Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Oh look, a person. You are. Heartbeat. Oh. Eyeballs? Oh! Wait, what is this creature? Hold up, who is this? Hey! Great acting. You supposed to be the lookout? Oh my god. It's tiny. Red hood. What do you say? People come down here to be anonymous, or the closest thing to it in the modern day. My thoughts when I reach this point, be not afraid ass outfit. Well, I'm not afraid now. It's considered poor etiquette to stare at anyone for more than a moment. It's a false pass to make an effort to remember someone. Commenting on another's dress isn't a slap to the face, but it is odd. Go away. At least I can take direction. Whatever. A lookout being around just confirms that I picked the right building. I decided that this thing is a borrower. Time to try the door. What'll make him open up? Call money knock. Money. I have money. Actually, I have a dark card. That should have provoked a reaction. A grunt, footsteps, something. I place my hand against the door absent-mindedly, ready to move on to plan B. And I feel movement. Locks being checked. Perhaps a doorknob palmed? Anxiety and curiosity pit against one another by an onlooking greed. How do you enter a closed room? First, you try pushing. Well, that doesn't work. Naturally, you forget it. I'll find some other... No need for master keys or any other trickery. If you know what you're doing, doors will open for you. Like magic. The door's not the only thing that's been reinforced around here. This apartment building, motel, whatever it used to be, someone's made a lot of effort to file it down. Hallways blocked off with chicken wire and stripped furniture, access panels ripped out, doors welded shut. They took a maze and ground it down into a one-way street. Or maybe a shooting gallery. With blaring musical accompaniment. Don't get any ideas. Got no vacancy. Nice eyes. And here I thought I found my dream home. Mister? Call me Trey. Too bad, we're closed this month. Trey. Hi, Trey. Sungman Trey Trench. Ooh. April 2nd. Freelancer. Likes vending machines, skate parks, and ice chips. Dislikes rich kid fried food and cops. Loitering. 3 arrests, 0 convictions. Larceny. 2 arrests, 1 conviction. Truancy. No incidents on record. Wait, you're serious? You rent these out? You come to some of my favorite character designs in the game? There's more? Of course we do. This is a business. Right, and you, see a lot of demand. This is the law of wards, bitch! Besides the word without emphasis, like a subconscious honorific. Alright, never mind. I'm not on it, but I can't find it in myself to be offended either. Tons of stray ducks will pay top for a sight to lay low a night or two. I can see why. This is the hallway. The rooms are clean. Sure. Look, the doors are heavy, the locks are all physical, and it's quiet. So this is a safe house for rent. Safe rooms for rent. Well, like I said, we're not open for business right now. Curious. Come on, up the stairs already. And no mask when we get up there. And curiouser. A good mask is like a good pair of boots in the little wards. Keeps you clean, keeps you moving, makes your journey a dozen times more comfortable. And if you leave the house barefoot, you can expect to bring something unsavory attached to you. It's not odd for him to be barefaced, but demanding that I not wear mine is... Seriously, stuff it in your pocket, now. Deflect? Oh, fine, I'll do it. Won't be a problem. Good. Lose the gloves, too. So that's their game. This isn't a power move, it's insurance. If this place ever gets busted, evidence of my visit will be all over the place. They're giving their customers extra incentive to make sure this shithole remains a hidden gem. A reasonable idea on their part, but it doesn't change my answer. No. No, no, no. That's not happening. Bitch. Whatever. Have fun explaining to the boss why you can't follow basic instructions. That does sound fun. Watch it. You're a guest here. A guest? I'm a paying customer. And if you try to get me to remove any more articles of clothing, I'm leaving a scathing review. You haven't paid yet. Come on. Right behind you. Through here? Yeah, hey, I'll get the door. Hello. Huh? Hello. Oh, hello. Howdy. Where the hell did you find her? Must have fallen out the canopy like ripe as shit fruit. Because if she didn't fall out of the damn sky, that'd mean Trey opened the door for her. Right, Trey? Tanks, come on, she... Anchor Tanks Tan. Oh, it's Tan. Hi, Tan. Handyman Tan. Likes parkour, spray paint, stainless steel. Dislikes beer cans, water stains, and cups. And what the hell? That's a gun, right? That's a gun. That's a gun. It's a gun. Assault, 2 arrests, no charges pressed. Grand theft, 3 arrests, 2 convictions. Incarceration, 18 months, juvenile correctional campus. Ooh. If you try to get me to remove any more articles of clothing, I'll make a fallout post on my Twitter.com. Trey is a bitch-ass motherfucker. How hard is it to not open a goddamn door? Well, she has... Shut up. Nice fang you got. The others aren't fazed by his volume. This is normal. The big guy's always like this. But his outburst is giving me a moment to take in the scenic view. Brings a tear to the eye. You. Me? Who else? Hit that. A cigarette? It's like drugs. Or don't. I'd love an excuse to kick your ass back down those stairs. They think I'm a cop. They think I'm a cop and cops can't use drugs when undercover. I could quote them the exact law that invalidates this legal defense, but I gather that wouldn't assuage their concerns. Well, what's it gonna be? I'm not getting high! Morgan, come on, don't get fucking high as soon as you walk in here. That was in your mouth, man. What? Sorry. It's not that you're bad looking, it's just... Trey! Who the hell is this? This red bitch! You trying to jinx us? She's a customer. I know she's a customer. We get customers every other day of the goddamn year. Why'd you have to bring her in here tonight? There we go. This is it. I found the place. Well. Creek. She's got... Look at me! Don't talk to Creek, talk to me! She's got a dark card. I ran the cereal downstairs. scanner got hot like a hand warmer trying to crunch it, so it's legit, right? Dark on, huh? Creek. Lakers Creek Christoph. Creek Christoph is a hell of a name. Entrepreneur. Likes making money and making friends. Dislikes doctors. Grand theft, case dismissed due to lack of evidence. Extortion, case dismissed due to witness recanting. Pronouns any. I nod. Hard not to start playing a little more conservatively once you know the stakes. Whatever the specifics of their leadership structure, they're all looking to this creek right now. But I don't know his rhythm yet, so I can't exactly match it. For the moment, silence is golden. Yeah, but tonight, creek? Were all the other shit were expected to shovel? Hey! Shouldn't make talk like that in front of the customer. Customer. I think the word was old toothpaste the way he spat it out. Translation. Outsider. Thanks, yeah, Miller, I know. Miller. Heavens Miller Smiles. Heavens Smiles is your fucking name? Heavens Smiles. Heavens Smiles. Occupation tradesman. Likes horror films, bubblegum and Terraria. Dislikes bookies, gin and cops. Vandalism, 4 arrests, 4 convictions. Extortion, 2 arrests, 0 convictions. Littering, no incidents on record. All the more reason we should tell this bitch to get slagged! Look, she's here now. So, why not take her money? Know what? I got a better idea. Apply directly to the forehead. A loud one. Tanks is pressing a barrel directly into my forehead. Heavens Smiles is a baller name and we all know it. But fine. Fine, I'll give them it. Wanna take her for all she's got. The metal feels cool on my skin. Reminds me of a stethoscope. Breathe in. And try not to sigh at the theatrics. Instead, I make eye contact with Creek. Hey now. You can put that away. He reholstered his firearm without so much as a click off the tongue. Mid-tiers, like I thought. They got something approaching discipline. Mind safety. Get screwed. Heh. So, we good? Why is he kinda... No. We're good. We are good, right, Creek? Threading a thin needle, lady. A lot of moving parts beneath the surface here. Give me a minute to clear my schedule for you. Make yourself at home in the meantime. Just don't hover, yeah? Of course. You won't even notice I'm here. Remark. You won't even notice I'm here. By the way, that table. That, what, ooh. Did I interrupt the game? What's your poison? 5 card? Full blind? Monaco rules? Those games? We just screw around with whatever we got to kill time, lady. You know your stuff. You ever play around here? Now and then. The hell? You go slumming for card games? Now and then. Have I seen you at a game before? Maybe up by the 30s? Sorry, must have been some other redhead. Damn. Thought I'd finally gotten my second chance at getting that beauty's contacts. You practiced that one a lot? Practiced it a little. How's it working? Keep practicing. God damn! Observe. I don't see an article here. So sure, let's observe. You doing inventory over here? Ouch. Must have caught you on the worst night of the quarter. Quarter? This isn't a Meg operation, lady. We take our inventory daily. Meg. Tired of having to read anti-industrial sentiment on the net. Losers. Torture. You gonna suggest we put it all down on a spreadsheet, get everyone to sign off every hour? We got a special name for anything with more than one signature on it. A cricket case. Cricko. Combat Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Criminal Organizations Act. That provides for increased law enforcement powers and impunity when investigating and prosecuting organized criminal charges. The Cricko Act allows for prosecutors to link multiple individual charges of racketeering, contraband, smuggling, or other smaller infractions into criminal conspiracy charges against the entirety of a criminal organization. Though much of the law is built off of previous legislature designed to assist prosecutors in fighting organized crime, the Cricko Act is distinct in that it makes clear the distinction between criminal organizations and corporations that may be operating in violation of the law, considered necessary to adapt to changes in the drug trafficking, gambling, and sex work industries. Before the Cricko Act, prosecutors would at times seek to designate corporations engaging in aggressive market or cartel-like behavior as criminal organizations, arguing that their structure does not significantly differ from what might be called a mafia. Post-Cricko, corporations with legal business charters registered with the state are effectively immune to criminal conspiracy charges and are instead prosecuted through the trade courts. Some of the more liberal-leaning members of the judicial system have argued that this emboldens certain aggressive corporate behaviors and complicates attempts to prosecute criminal organizations who make some amount of their profits through legally registered and operating businesses. Others point to the relatively higher penalties in the trade courts as sufficient deterrent for criminal activity on behalf of either corporate or mafia parties. In criminal courts, sentences for individuals can be as severe as life in prison, but in trade courts, guilty verdicts can result in entire companies being deregistered and all of their assets being acquired by the state. The state would like that, wouldn't they? Users also frequently search for how to avoid Cricko charges, Easy 2086. Prisoner's Dilemma explained. Is it illegal to gather with people? He's corrupting the Cricko acronym a lot, but his risk assessment isn't misguided. Paperwork brings down more criminal organization than guns ever will. Give a half-decent accountant one thread to follow and they can rip apart the mafia in less than a business day. Hey, what did Creek say? Don't hover. It's only hovering if I'm bothering you. Am I bothering you? If you were bothering me, you'd know it. Nice TV, the pasta. Talk. You can't make fun of Cricko when there's a law in the US called copper. Hey, copper's not immune. Pasta. What? Nothing. You're just kinda glaring at me. It's my job to glare at suspect bitches like you. Tanks is just superstitious. I wouldn't call it a superstition until it stops keeping you alive. I'm not! Did I pass a black cat on my way in or something? It's your clothes. Again. Didn't know your fine establishment had a dress code. It's not a code, it's just bad goddamn luck to wear red. Bad luck to see red, man. Same thing. Ah, you see the red hood, then you fear for your life. Cosplaying as her is weird, but it won't doom you. Great, it'll only doom us. I don't think I've heard this particular ghost story, boys. Really? You're blending in so well. The Red Rider Hood? The Shinigami? Grim Reaper? The Lower Wards? Spot her on a misty night, end up dead by morning light. Come on, Creek, don't start that shit when you don't even believe it. Don't have to believe it to have heard the rhyme. You've never heard of the Red Rider Hood? Little girl in the fog in a big red raincoat? Misted in the crossfire of a shootout between pigs and robbers, wanders the wards seeking revenge. Missed. Oh, not this again. It's bad. It's bad goddamn look to wear red. Your fruity tank top is red tanks. Your fruity tank top. I can't even argue. And he's got a little strange red tag on his gun. No, never. Not even Uptowners knew this stuff. You gonna tell me you've never heard of the Cyberpunk or the Little Lord next? The Cyberpunk. Guess I don't have a good ear for this kind of thing. Or maybe you're just not as smart as you think you are. Says the grown man sweating because of a ghost story. How about I take extra care not to walk under any ladders for the rest of the night, and we call it even? Walk under any... Where would you even find a... Oh, did you mean stepladder? Now I was afraid. You look pale as spit. Because for some reason I just got the horrible feeling that I lost a bet. Was that from episode 1 when Sarah was... Oh, whatever. It totally was. Check the door. That door's nearly as sturdy as the one out front, but a lot more slapped together. You're telling me it's got a baseball bat! What was it originally? That a walk-in freezer or something? What? No, we had an agreement about hovering, yeah? Yeah. It's barred from this side. You good, buddy? Looking a little sweaty. Well, that's just because I was exercising before you showed up. Uh-huh. Bitch, you don't believe me? How do you think we defend what's ours down here? I assumed the gun I was acquainted with just now played a role. Think we can afford to break the bank on bullets? It's easy to buy a gun. Pulling the triggers also easy. Like kissing it goodbye. It'll rat you out first chance it gets. An aversion to firearms would explain the relatively low fatalities for gang-related violence. The big names could afford to buy a new gun every week, but for everyone beneath them it comes down to crowbars, clubs, knives, and mods. Well, I'm sure you all do very well in your fistfights. Fistfight is juvie, sounds like recess shit. Sorry, fisticuffs? Laugh it up. The first time you hear the sound of steel arm makes caving a skull in, you get exactly how we operate. Right, sorry. Alright, come here, pull up a chair. Let me ask you something before we get started. Fuck boy. What was your first job? Waitress. Waitress. You remember this feeling? 9 PM, diners filter out, doors close at 10. Y'all start turning off the grills, taking out the trash, settling down. And then some mouth breather comes in at 9:40 with big blank eyes, expecting you to find him a table. Yeah. Yeah. Asshole behavior. Not breaking any rules. Can't arrest him, can't shoot the guy. Even if you wanted to. So, related note. You're here to buy. A paying customer. Happy to have you. Just read the room, okay? Sure. And no haggling. Now, what are you here for? Well, can't be honest about that. Time to build the story. This creek seems less high-strung than the others. He must have a few years and a couple of promotions under his belt. He might not be on the 3rd floor at the moment, but in spirit, he's still on the street, earning. Everyone above him is in more managerial positions. He's in between crowds, isolated. And he seemed entertained by my poke at the big guy. Putting that all together, I'm not actually here for myself. Truth is, I can't hear anything over the damn screen. I grab the remote sitting on the edge of the desk and turn off the screen. That's better. The hell you do that for? It was too loud. We like it loud. Screws with bugs and wires and cops. Are you a cop? Keeping it at that volume could damage your ears. You'd end up yelling all the time. Relax, Tanks. Like I was saying, I'm actually here for someone else. My boss, to tell you the truth. Ha, that sucks. Does your regional manager want a made-to-order heart attack at his retirement party or something? You're not that far off. His son's turning 18 and he wants a party. An organic party. How's that supposed to be? Hell if I know. But a coworker let slip that I smoked a few times in college. So boss goes and hands me his dark card, slaps me on the rear, and sends me down here. Told me to get everything his son needs for the best graduation ever. Ha, that's rough. A pretty lady like yourself shouldn't be stuck running errands at this hour. Not in this part of the city. It's not safe. Speaking of which, Miller? Stand up. Raise your hands. I oblige, but the lanky one keeps staring at me oddly, looking me up and down. It's not complimentary. He's searching for something. See, normally, I would never be this poor of a host to such a nice customer, but... bosses, right? Yeah. Mine have been real micromanaging lately. It's kind of becoming a problem. So, we're taking a little more care around new faces. Ducked inside a jacket, round the left pocket. His eyes aren't modded. Did I give it away with my body language? Something you want to share with the class? Forgot I had that, maybe. Yes, I have a knife on me. Should I have declared that on my papers? Would have been the polite thing to do, yeah. Sorry for the poor manners. But a pretty lady like me, this part of town... Guess I was just being careful around new faces. Alright. You letting her keep it? I got you here to protect us. Have to wonder, though. Why did high-power corporate mover shaker come in person? Why come to us? Why not go cross the skywalk over to the nearest Icaria-owned dispensary? Cagey tonight, aren't we, boys? The hell are they so suspicious for? And who are the Icaria? Name sounds vaguely familiar, but... well, I can read between the lines. They're the competition. So if these blue bloods are being this cautious around a paying customer, I can shame them over it. Blue Blood Mafia, an international criminal organization known for extorting corporations through shipping ports. The international criminal organization, most commonly known as the Blue Bloods, originated in the early 21st century as an offshoot of Eastern Hemisphere triads that subsumed various dock workers' unions. Loosening international corporate regulations and decreasing job opportunities at the time made it difficult for traditional unions to gather and maintain bargaining power. Simultaneously, many triads struggled as increasing nationalism around the globe combined with improvements in border security made the profit margins for smuggling smaller and smaller, even as demand for foreign goods went increasingly unmet. Historians and criminologists debate on the exact origin of the Blue Bloods, and even among ex-members there remains debate about which side approached which when the Blue Bloods became a distinct identity. What is agreed upon is that by the mid-21st century, the Blue Bloods were a significant presence in every major trade port around the world, smuggling goods across borders and extorting multinational corporations by threatening to withhold or destroy merchandise as they entered the country. Domestically, the Blue Bloods seem to have given serious consideration towards legitimizing their activities for a time, acquiring legal charters of business for many of their shipping and security operations during the 2050s. This same time period also saw a cooling of hostilities between the Blue Bloods and many of their rivals, with gang-related violence dropping precipitously. Civil disruptions and suspected changes in leadership during the 60s, however, reversed this trend. While the Blue Bloods remain a major player on the global criminal trafficking market, their status of criminal concern was officially downgraded to moderate by the state during the 2070s. Most criminologists agree that their national presence is now relatively weak, and has remained so for long enough that the organization's broader global leadership is likely uninterested in expanding the resources it would take to change the status quo. I mean, sure, everyone knows the Ikaria have taken the lion's share of the city. I just didn't realize that they had a monopoly, too. Hey, get it straight. The Ikaria won't be on top anymore once we... Never mind. Can we not do business? No one said that. So what'll it be? Well, I don't want any of these kids choking on their own foam. Even if it would be funny to watch. I figured I'd just buy a bunch of downers and maybe a handful of uppers. Let half of them get high off the atmosphere. Downers, huh? We got the new titration on lime. Lasts for hours. Yeah, they can stir it into their watered down beers. Wait, new titration? No one's gonna shit themselves, are they? No. Not until the morning, at least. Alright, well, I can live with that. What have you got on the other end? What have you got on the other end? Got plenty, as long as they don't mind hippos. Hypodermics? I feel like these baby shark types would get nervous around needles. You got anything they could inhale? Well, got a lot of nerve. Fast bump, high plateau, and a smooth ride down. A bestseller. Sounds great. Unfortunately, it's in high demand, so... Metahexphenylidine is an illegal stimulant sold in the black market as a recreational drug under the street name Nirvana, sometimes shortened to Nerve. When taken as an inhalant, it's a euphoriant with mild hallucinogenic properties. In recent months, its growing popularity has led many to suspect that the drug is being assessed for legalization by the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight. The process of considering a drug for legalization is kept strictly confidential in order to prevent the rampant speculation in the pharmaceutical market. However, increases in the sales of the precursor chemicals for making metahexphenylidine seem to indicate that producers are anticipating its legalization nonetheless. The relative obscurity of said precursor chemicals has made the uptake particularly noticeable, and supply has not been able to keep up with its elevated demand. Possession, production of, use of, or trafficking in metahexaphenil is a crime. Even when a drug is legalized, previous violations of narcotics law are not granted amnesty. I get that he's selling me drugs, but does he really have to sell me drugs? Hey, it's not my card anyway. Charge it. Gladly. Tapping away at his tablet like this, he almost looks white collar. It checks out, right? The cereal's legit, so... Yeah, man. You already said that. It's encrypted, Trey. It's not meant to be a one-tap purchase. Dark card. The gold standard of untraceable fund transfer among the criminal and financial elite. Our average citizen wouldn't recognize it as anything special. It looks like any other credit or debit card. Only reason I recognized it is because they got flashed all the time back in my apprenticeship. Mostly for drawing lines, but sometimes for purchasing. Hard to convert the funds back into cash, but if you want to buy or sell on the black market, you couldn't ask for better. So what the hell is going on? We're dangling some very enticing bait here. An amiable Mark spending money that's not her own. They should be salivating over me. Instead, they're practically X-raying me. Why? Interesting decor. Well, that's a sword. Finally, someone notices. It's nice, right? It's called cherrywood. Redid the paint myself with a finish I'd imported. Here's a nice piece of furniture, Creek. But I was referring to your paperweight. Hmm? Oh, yeah, that. You like it? Bruh! Sure, I like it, yeah. I'm gonna say no, I'm gonna say no, he's gonna use it to cut my head off. Sure. It has a certain rustic simplicity. Though it's not exactly gleaming, have you considered giving it a polish? That'd be a crime. Oh? Polishing off the battle scars from a hard-won prize. Prize? It's not yours? Something I picked up on the job. Oh no! A masculine voice, muffled, possibly gagged, and stifled as if pained. Seems like I'm not their only guest tonight. Really wish you'd left the music on, lady. Sorry, you say something? I completely spaced out just now. Didn't hear a word you said. Okay, that's okay. I didn't say anything. Guess you aren't so stupid you can't even mind your own business. Speaking of my business, how are we looking? The card's still processing. Sorry about that. Guess it takes time to snake a wire through enough pinholes that even the almighty state can't track it. Takes power too, apparently. Battery's plummeting. Ugh, dark card. Almost more trouble than it's worth. Definitely didn't do its previous owner any good. Before I palmed it off his corpse. Damn it, Morgan. Your boss must be a careful guy, delegating you to come down here with this. Yeah, maybe. Not very smart, though. He has no idea what any of this shit costs. Ah. If I treat myself after I finish here, it's not like you ever know the difference. Good on you, ripping off the bastard. A woman after my own heart. There it is. Now I just need 2 thumbs and a password for verification and we're golden. There a problem? Yeah. Is there a problem? No, no problem. Sorry, it's just something I heard. And what's that? That the Bluebirds have gotten something special in recently. Can't trust everything you hear out there. Or read. Or see. No, no, of course not. But is it true? A no mask? Like the man said, you gotta be careful what stories you listen to. Come on, what could it even cost? A couple thousand? I wouldn't know. I'm no art appraiser. But I do know that it's rare. Fun fact, no means talent. But I don't think that translation does it justice. Less than a dozen people on the planet who can make them. What's so special about it? I mean, them, if they exist, which they, don't. If you want a mask, you already got one on your chin, lady. State pulls up cameras, we put on masks. State adds layered scans, we wear helmets. High-tech climbs higher, low-tech punches lower, back and forth up the escalators. But a no-mask's got tech that can't be answered. Scissors sharp enough to cut rock. Anti-facial recognition, fractalized active defense. Any camera, scanner, or ad looks at that mask, they'll see a face. Within a face, within a face, within a face, until fatal error. Forget hiding from cameras, searching for blind spots. With a no mask, you could just walk down the busiest street in the city. World-renowned former Japanese dance theatre with traditions and codified performances dating back to the 14th century. Strictly regulated by the Aimoto system, in which a single heir inherits all authority, mastery, and secret techniques of their predecessor, No's strict adherence to tradition and seniority have made it difficult for the practice to spread and flourish during the 21st century. Performers wear archetypal costumes and masks and must convey emotion through precise movement. Their masks are masterfully crafted, such that a single static mask can convey sorrow, fury, joy, or terror by merely angling the head differently, like the puppet. Ugh. Ah, yeah, a no mask. See, I knew I'd seen that word somewhere before. I saw it in TF2. There's a cosmetic for spy. So I know what we're talking about here. Probably looks like one of them. And brick every camera in half a kilometer. You know your stuff. Buyer beware. But if this mask could do half of what you think it could, anyone who got their hands on it wouldn't part with it easily. So how much? Ha! More than you can afford, that's for sure. I don't know about that. I got pretty nice stock options. Maybe you do have the money. That's not the issue. I can't sell it. It's already been spoken for. End of discussion! Well, sure, you can't sell something that's been spoken for, but things get misplaced all the time. Delivery carriers showing up at the wrong address, missing packages ending up in the backs of storage facilities, merchandise falling off the back of the proverbial truck. You weren't sent here on some errand. Shit. What is it? Take a long look, boys, because you may never get another chance. We're breathing the same air as a genuine consultant. She's some kind of mega-meg spy? If I was, couldn't exactly come out and say now, could I? Oh, shit! Is it really this easy? Yeah, that's real smart talk. That gives me one reason I shouldn't paint your brains onto the wall. Because I still haven't paid for my purchase. Definitely got the nerves of a consultant. They teach you at some fancy uptown corpo school? Or was it something you were born with? Something I was born with. Probably. But believe it or not, I'm glad we're having this conversation. Honesty always speeds up the negotiation. So in the spirit of cooperation, why don't you start being honest too? How's that? You don't want my money, traceable or otherwise. Only reason you'd entertain a customer while in the middle of whatever bottleneck you're keeping behind that door is because I have something rare that you desperately need. Don't assume desperation or need. How about want? You want the dark card account itself, not whatever shitcoin currency it holds. Shitcoin. And why is that? To steal from your bosses. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. They're the ones stealing from us. Yes, I'm sure you've had very legitimate grounds for a wage theft suit, but I don't care. Whether it's for running away, skimming off the top, or just as insurance. You own a wallet they don't have eyes on. And since your tall friend hasn't misted me yet, it seems like you're willing to barter for it. So. The card for the mask. Not even close. The card plus 2/4 worth of my salary. That's nearly... Nah, sister. You don't have the cash for this purchase. I'm inventing my new crypto shitcoin. It goes up in stock every time someone flushes toilet. It goes down in stock every time someone washes their hands. Right, let's just stop. Right, moving on. Moving on.
It's tears down.
And it ain't the kind of thing you can get a loan from the bank for. Stop, please. I don't like it, but... Not cash, then. Might as well try it. What about information instead? I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it would have to be one hell of a piece of intel. I could give you heartbreak. What did she say? Funny. That is funny. Heartbreak, the most famous anarcho-terrorist in the country, at some Meg's beck and call. My pizza's stuck to the tray, I can't get it off! Do you not use tinfoil? Upgraded to anarcho-terrorist now? Ugh. Lots of people were laughing very hard, having shot at the right stocks before each of his kills. Hold up. Seriously? No. Why do people buy this conspiracy shit so easily? I don't get the joke. Why would we want heartbreak? To learn from him? Make an example of him? Hire him? You blue bloods have been fighting the Rust, the Icaria, the State, and everyone who wants a peace for decades. Yeah, Heartbreak's gotten more notoriety than all of you combined in only a few months. There's really nothing you'd want to say to him? Nothing you'd want to ask him? If he was sitting right in front of you? The following scene contains loud noises, flashes of light, depictions of violence and gore. Hell of a bluff, I'll give you that. Thought it was worth a try. Sorry, just procrastinating having to go back to my superiors empty-handed. Nah, it was good. Good effort. I mean, I'm still interested in the dark card, it's just... That mask is a death sentence crafted specifically for one very special customer. Oh dear Christ. You should have used foil, Daisy. I'm just the one given the honor of hanging on to it until... Sounds like you've got your own office politics to worry about. Getting pulled in every direction. I know the feeling. Well, that was a bunch of drama for nothing. She gonna buy or what, Creek? Oh, I'm still buying. Not for some kid's party, obviously. Plan is, we're gonna spike the competition at this meet and greet. Make the customer think they're drooling idiots. The mask was always a long shot. I was just personally curious. I have no foil. But it's done now. Have to pay respect. Curiosity can get you into trouble down here at the bottom of the world. Don't worry. I like to think I know a thing or two about discretion. I can see that. Let's wrap this up then. Your password and your thumbs, please. Sure. I'll just take off my gloves here. Oh yeah. I make a snap with my right hand as my left extends towards the desk. Viewer discretion advised. Whoa. Real quick, before I forget. Do you have a bag for all this? Yeah, actually, got a few in this drawer. The hell? Only needed to distract him for a second. Hi. Less than 1 heartbeat. Fucking hell. Alright, we're doing this. I did tell him to mind his safety. The big one made a small noise as he looked down to see that his own gun had blown a fist-sized chunk off his torso. Holy shit. Oh, we're killing them. We're killing them all. He jumped up fast. Wait, don't kill... I was expecting to blow his head off. From behind, a motion. A shape charging towards me. Spinning left, I draw my knife, exhale, and lower my shoulders. There. A loudly broadcast haymaker swinging in from his right. Bad instinct. He must have gotten used to those sparklers making people flinch. I step in, and his bicep smacks dullly onto my shoulder as I place my knife directly into his carotid. He's gripping that knife with all the strength he has left. I'm turning into tinfoil! Wait, is he really going to try and pull it out? Someone's been stabbed! What do? When applying first aid to a puncture wound, removing the foreign object is not recommended, as this can greatly increase the rate of blood loss. Oh no! This looks like a PowerPoint slide. Another bad instinct.
Sends the oh no Foxy image.
Oxygen cut off to the brain, already losing vision. Red. And dropped with all the grace of a garbage bag hitting the bottom of the dumpster. So that just leaves... Don't kill him. Don't kill him. Don't kill him. I like him. Ah! Ah! Hasn't moved a muscle. Newest member. Weakest in pack. Personally, I wouldn't have given the new guy guard duty, but hindsight's 20/20. The gun's double-barreled. 2 shots spent. And Miller still has my knife in a literal death grip. I'll have to improvise for this last one. What the hell? Why not? No! Because he's cute, don't do this. Oh shit! Though, come to think of it, how do you use this thing? Aim for the bleachers, I guess. Ah, fuck! Of the devil. His due. But I liked him. Aww. No! He's dead. Yep. Barely got 3 centimeters into his neck. Must have hit a vertebra and stopped dead. Still got the job done after a few whacks, but... well, it was my first time with a sword. And I've never been very good at anything the first time. I've always needed lots of practice. Okay. The music should have deadened by the sound of the gunfire. The music should have deadened the sound of the gunfire, even. And that gun was heavily modified. If someone still has its tags, they can't possibly be functioning properly. So I've got a window of opportunity. First things first, gloves back on. Ah, shit! Wow, someone's lively. You... who the hell? Some kind of mod keeping him alive? A cruelty under his circumstances. I could hear that slug tear his intestines apart. The pain alone should have knocked him out cold, yet his fingers are limp, his eyes sharp, paralyzed. There are rules, I thought. Blood's pooling fast. You've got 4 minutes. 4 minutes for what? Everything. An Omega assassin. It's too talkative. Who sent you? Fox? Grey Lady? Paula Red should you're the Rust's newest rabbit dog? Caribou? It's cute how you all give each other nicknames. You're civilian? Where's the mask? Go to hell. You just looked right at the desk drawer. I thought you said you played poker. Need your keys. civilian thief? Theft is victimless. It's robbery when violence is involved. So you're just out of your goddamn mind! I'm the last person you'll ever talk to, Creek. Your choice. But do you really want to be rude? You seem like you can take it. The key clicks into the small safe and I pull open the door to reveal paperwork. Page after page of spreadsheets and diagrams and text, all printed in red. Is this important? So considerate. Nah, just throw it anywhere. Okay. I was joking! 3 minutes now. Sarcasm will cost you time you don't have. There it is. The gleaming darkness at the back of the safe. So that's it. You. All this. All of us. For that? Just for that? I get asked that question a lot. Why are you sitting on the table looking at him like that, Morgan? Also, where'd that hat come from? Would you feel better if I'd killed you for a different reason? If I had a good reason for blowing a hole in your stomach, would it have hurt any less? You've still got more than 2 minutes. Plenty of time. I could spin up whatever fairy tale you'd like to put you to bed. I bring the mask to my face and for a brief moment the surface seems to ride. Is it trying to adjust itself to me? Oh, that's the mask. No. I suppose it makes sense, you wanting a mask so bad. If I was as hideous as you on the inside, I wouldn't want to go barefaced either. Hidden nerve? Must be the worst kind of feeling, being seen. Seen by someone you can't even hurt anymore. Well, I see you. Heartbreak. Yeah. Big, bad, faceless heartbreak. I'm just a dumbass punk. But even don't flatter yourself. It's not that you're particularly perceptive. I just don't have anything to hide when a corpse is talking. First honest thing you've said. So what gives, HBK? You're clearly not an idealist. All the terrorism, rebellion theories, out the window. You go around killing 'cause your daddy smack you around? Your mommy not hug you enough? My father never laid a hand on me. My mother hugged me. A sufficient amount. So what the hell's your excuse? I don't make excuses. And what the hell is wrong with you? Less than a minute now. I could spend that time making up a diagnosis if you'd like. Or would you prefer I just come over there and squeeze? How many? Another question straight out of the greatest hits. How can I put this? How many times have you eaten bread? Is this a Toho reference? R.I.P. Creek, you were a real one, Verbena, often. I almost feel bad. I do feel bad for Trey. But never got a gluten thing, bitch. Whatever. Point is, I'm not a collector. This is not my hobby. I do not keep count. There is no code. I do what I want, as often as I want to. Do what thou wilt. Hold of the law. Is that it? Don't know what you're referencing. But from where you're sitting, do I really look like the law-abiding type? I bring the mask back down my face, and again its surface seems to shudder. Forget it. At least I know. You deserve what's coming. I've heard a lot of empty threats in people's last moments creep. They're never that memorable. I told you that mask was a death sentence. It was spoken for. They called in a huntsman from overseas. Home turf. Huntsman can become anyone, go anywhere, kill anything. Supposed to come over and slaughter the rest. A mask was part of his payment. You'd be looking for it. Possession is 9/10 of the law. What the hell's that supposed to mean? Finders keepers? Forget it. I don't need to scare you. Huntsman, hunter, too much meaning, lost. Always thought better translation was pelt taker. They'll find you, flay you alive, wear your skin, then go and murder everyone you've ever loved. What a face. Should have taken you up a different out alley. Anything beat dying, staring at a face. Face like that. So, a huntsman coming to get me? Nah. The dead and the dying make for strong lovers. And I've seen more than a few of them try their hand at improv. Time to move. I need to scuff things up a bit more, make this look more like an orca shootout than, well, a visit from me. Oh. Oh, we're covering our tracks now. This is different. Give me my knife back, please. Weapons are inherently disposable. I can kill with anything, so I'd never bother to retrieve one from a dead man's grip. But I might have need for a knife again shortly, so I'll be taking this back, Miller. I had to pry. Why is it that the dead are always grasping? You tell me, Morgan. You tell me. You seem to be an expert. The sword was not worth the effort. Lesson learned. But now I have to remove it for this next part. His eyes. Can't tell the model from the outside, but I can make a strong, educated guess at the price range. If they back up any data, it can't be more often than once an hour. It'll be 10 o'clock soon. I'm gonna need something with some heft to it. Skull. See no evil. Fucking Christ. This is taking a hell of a turn now. Well, the bat's definitely spent, but his eyes are no longer a problem. Fucking hell, Morgan. And the sword is fine where it is. I'm not gonna tempt fate and risk nicking myself with it. That's all the burning issues addressed. Time to take care of the chores. I had to remove my gloves to convince them I could use the dart card. That means I handled all the murder weapons with my bare hands. Obviously, I'll need to wipe my prints off this gun and my knife. But I put my gloves on before opening Creek's safe and cracking Trey's skull. So what did I leave? Remember everything Morgan handled? But I tried. Police don't miss fingerprints. Like, you're sure you got everything you're good to move on, right? Focus, no mistakes. Oh, Morgan can go to prison if I fuck up here? Oh.
She said she can leave the katana where it is, but that's something she mentioned handling with bare hands. Right.
Sword. I gripped the handle with both hands when I brought it down on his neck. Thinking back, I dumped the tip across the floor, didn't I? Shit, I probably got Miller's blood on it. That's sloppy. And stupid. Why the hell did I... No, forget it. There's nothing I can do about it anyway. Fingerprints could be whacked, but there's no cleaning agent on Earth that can hide blood from a modern forensics team. And I'm not looking to do an encore performance of my reaction to those goddamn fickle bobbies. Hey, the keys. I took off him to open the safe. The Blue Bloods are going to find out that I took the mask eventually, but I see no reason to give them any hints. And on the off chance the police get here first, I'd rather they not investigate this as a robbery. All is to say, you can have these back, Creek. the card. The dark card played its role as bait perfectly, even if it's the reason I'm having to go around wiping off prints. I'll never be able to pull funds off it, but I might be able to use it again if... It's stuck. Creep must have dropped it harder than I realized. Getting shot in the stomach doesn't help with handling delicate electronics. No way I'm going to risk taking the whole reader with me. We could have any number of pings and strings leading back to the manufacturer or even the Blue Bloods themselves. No, I'll wipe the dark card off and then set the whole reader back on the desk. For all anyone knows, Creek's pod mugged it off some slummer and were trying in vain to get beer money off of it. This is the remote I use to distract the big guy. I need to wipe my prints off it, of course, but should I turn the music back off? No, it was playing when I first walked in. Best to preserve continuity. And besides, what was it he said? We like it loud. Screws with bugs. He was right about that much. A little smokescreen never hurts. What am I missing? Swing for the fences. Do I have everything? Because I feel like if I did, it would have moved on. That's what it's done every other time. But maybe not this time, huh? Morgan didn't really touch much. I shot the knife, which she took back now. That's the only other thing that's missing. Alright. I can't exactly spend all night on this. Am I good here? What else is there? I mean, I think I'm good. I see nothing else to click on. Living a queer evening, taking E while I dismantle motherboards with my favourite knife, eat pizza and watch enough the Devil stream. Truly living the life. I think we're good. Yeah, okay, this feels like the scene's been set. It's a strange sensation, erasing your own presence. A sense of supremely private accomplishment. Like placing the last piece into a milk-white jigsaw puzzle. And then throwing it in the trash. It's not unpleasant, but I can't linger here any longer to savor it. Time to draw this to a close. Who's the hostage, then? Thank God for the mask. I can still tell it smells god-awful in here, but it's bearable. Rehydrated sweat and vomit, scents full of adrenaline and sickly heat. Unfiltered, I'd be at risk of getting sick, if it weren't for all the blood. Right. Hi. Who are you? What to do with you? Blindfolded, gagged, hands bound above them with plastic ties and nylon wrappings, beaten bloody and drugged? These syringes. They wanted him to stay conscious. Not very popular, are you? Still, you're not dead. And with these kinds of injuries, you won't die soon. Not without a push. That might be the most charitable thing to do under these circumstances. He must have wished for death at least once during all this torture. Too bad. The bat that barred the door is now in splinters. Anyone walking in after me won't realize this room was locked from the outside. If this captive had somehow gotten his hands on a blade, there'd be nothing stopping him from stepping out of here and butchering his captors. The Blue Bloods will want someone to blame for the deaths of 4 of their men. And unlike the police, they won't bother arresting an innocent man and putting him up on trial for the world to see. They'll wrap things up for me. Whoa. Hold after me. As with the gun. What's with the... All I did was tuck the gun into your waistband, pal. Oh. Okay, I can see how that would be distressing under the circumstances. Well, you can relax about that. It's not loaded. A few minutes from now, you're gonna wish it was. Out again already. Rest up all you can. When you wake up, you'll want to start running. (2:35 PM, August 14, 2086. So, not that long after the Asher case. Like I practiced. Hi, Sarah! Hello! God, am I happy to see you. That was a bit of a downer. Urashai. Pardon? Hi. Welcome back. Bro thought he was going to get a DIY all checked up. Keep working on it, kid. Kensuke. Didn't mean to interrupt you in the middle of training your new employee. How's it working out? Bah, she's... It is she, right? Never worked this close with an ad before. She is unbearably forgiving, so I doubt you'll get sued. She's fine. Good at cleaning, precise with her mixing, knows a hell of a lot of trivia. Popular with the younger crowd, I think. This is the police with the Android bartender? They talk like I installed a new karaoke machine. I didn't know you had a younger crowd. Funny. What's that make you, Grandma? More of a learning curve to her than I was expecting. Did you cheap out on her base installs? It's like I have to teach her everything. Trust me, there's nothing cheap about Sarah. Hi, Sarah. Paralegal apprentice. Likes split field diopter, Wing Chun, folding clothes. Dislikes mops, fire alarms, variety packs. Useless talent. I can do a full split, but that is not useless. Favorite quote, as you think, so shall you become. Confession, I tried to use anodized makeup and broke a lipstick. Oh my god. But yes, she can take a minute when learning the ropes. Grin and bear it a little longer. Once she does find her footing, she'll have you worried about your job security in no time. Keep it up. I didn't have to do you the favor of hiring her, you know. Favor? Plenty of people out there who would kill to work at an up-and-coming, bespoke establishment like Bar Kintsugi. I think I hear them pounding on the door now. Technically, legally, you didn't hire anyone. I generously agreed to loan you my android during the hours when I have no use for it. These kinds of arrangements aren't uncommon. Androids can, in theory, work 24 hours a day indefinitely. But their users can't. Parents come home from work. People go to sleep. Staff take holidays. Offices close for the night. The end result of all that slack is that a lot of androids spend a good portion of their operating time waiting around. So the more enterprising owners loan them out during that downtime. Ideally to businesses with complementary working hours. There are plenty of apps and HR software to help arrange it all. But Sarah's apprenticeship wasn't that on the books. After the fallout around David's death settled down, I came to realize exactly how short-changed I was in our paralegal agreement. She's handy for research and road of work, of course, but she barely sleeps, rarely eats, finishes paperwork at lightning speed. I was spending more time finding shit to keep her busy than I was actually working. And of course, I value my alone time. It was on one of those long walks of mine that I called Raina was having trouble getting this bar up and running. Takes a village to keep the world's most advanced android busy. Yeah, alone, whatever. Sarah's the one who clocks in and clocks out. Does the work, cleans the bathrooms, she's the employee. If she was an employee, you'd have to cover her benefits. Not in my current income bracket, I checked 3 times. Wait, you're not taking a paycheck, are you? It's not a paycheck. Don't lawyer me on this shit. Sarah can't earn a paycheck, she's not a person. If she walks like a person, talks like a person, and works like a person, the Supreme Court disagrees. By 13-0. Yeah, well. Supreme Courts have been wrong about that kind of thing before, haven't they? Do I hear, touche? Sarah, tell boss here what you spend your salary on. Raina Boss Diamony. Owner and operator of Kintsugi. Likes libraries, boating, and fast learners. Diamani?
Diamani,
okay. Can you stop being mean to Sarah, please? Morgan is mean to everyone. She's just mean. Dislikes marketing, solicitors, and signing things. Collects ancient coins. Pet peeve. Web pages that take too long to load. Don't mention the speed at which Kintsugi site loads. Hi, Sarah. I have started purchasing cases of wine. What? Wait, that's what those deliveries were? As the wine appreciates, its resale value will increase. Especially if I can predict which vintages will be in high demand. Since I don't have a bank account, I can't earn interest in the traditional sense, but if I stay up to date on the sommelier reviews... So you'll resell the wine at a profit, and what'll you do with that money? Stop it, you're making her depressed. God damn it. Sarah. I did also purchase a cache of sheet music. What? What for? Practice. You're muttering. Forget it, none of my business. Speaking of business, the place isn't exactly packed. Well, you're volunteering to help with that? The lawyer bars, right? Right? While the lawyers go after trials? Kintsugi could be a lawyer bar. Yeah, those lawyer bars are usually close to the courthouse, though. Just don't. Everything's signed and paid. I can't think about what ifs on location anymore. This is the spot that was available, and I need a soda water with all the stress on my stomach. Sarah, 10 bar. What are you buying, stranger? What was that? Boss has been teaching me his bar-side manner. He says that his clientele expect a certain degree of maturity when they come here. And so you're using a deeper voice? Is it not working? Please let me know when you're ready to order. An archive. Did someone leave this behind after that lunch break? Could be trouble if they left anything work-related on here. I'll help them out by throwing it in the trash, after I'm done reading. Sirius debuts new fuel, named in new lawsuit. Last month, Dr. Sirius made waves in the scientific community for the dozenth time in their storied career, when they announced that they had patented the process for distilling a new helium-based fuel, one intended to replace hydrogen in combustion engines ranging from personal vehicles to full-size freighters. What? Only a few days later, they made headlines again when that patent was leaked to the global net. Now Proteca, an investment firm and longtime financial backer of Dr. Sirius, has filed a lawsuit alleging not only that Dr. Sirius failed in their responsibilities to protect their investment, but actually allowed the leak to occur. We sat down with Dr. Sirius to ask them to respond to the suit's allegation and to question them about their recurring legal woes. For those who may not be familiar, what makes your process for distilling helium fuel so valuable? In this world, if you're not plugged into an outlet, you're running on a battery or you're burning fuel. Batteries are useful, but they scale poorly. A battery-powered phone is light enough to be weightless in your pocket. A battery-powered plane couldn't generate enough lift to get off the ground. Now, aside from a number of closely guarded national reserves, there are no fossil fuels left. Oh no, the wells were pumped dry years ago, so after we were forced to adapt in a rather abrupt period of growing pains, hydrogen has become the global standard for fueling long-distance machinery. Therein lies the problem. The plane I took to get here runs on hydrogen. It produces nothing but water vapor. What's the problem? The problem is the labourers fueling your plane before it took off had their fingers crossed the entire time, afraid that if the absolute grounding field failed, one static spark could blow up the whole airport. What makes helium superior? The helium-2 fuel we've developed is not pure helium, to be clear, but near enough. Unlike hydrogen fuels, what we've created is non-combustible. You could fire a flamethrower over a tank of it and remain perfectly safe. How does a non-combustible fuel power combustion engines? He2 is non-combustible, but in the presence of our specialized catalyst, it can be ignited to generate force comparable to, or in some tests superior to, the horsepower exhibited by hydrogen engines. What's the catch? So far, it's expensive to distill, and the catalyst materials are even more expensive to produce. We have yet to even stimulate a profitable commercial flight, for instance. That's a pretty serious catch. Steel wasn't profitable before the Bessemer process. Things pound out for the steel tycoons just fine. Are you hoping for someone else to do that? Improve on your process? I know where you're going with this, but the answer is yes, of course. I'd be overjoyed for someone to improve upon what we've built. That's essentially what ProTechers accuse you of doing, isn't it? Leaking your data intentionally so that others around the world are free to start experimenting with it. I don't think it's legally wise of me to try and summarize ProTechers' lawsuit against me and my laboratory. Listen, energy is limitless. It cannot be expanded. By that virtue, there cannot be a scarcity of it. You will never have a monopoly of it. And since it is infinite, the correct market price for it will, over a long enough timescale, trend to zero. I don't think I'm being cynical when I say that there are people who don't like that very basic math. I'm going to stop you there because you're getting into our next topic, your politics. Do you consider yourself a political person? No. Are you or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? No. Do you believe science should be apolitical? Yes. So why is it you're so frequently invoked as an example of the liberal bias in the sciences? Science is not political. Science is progress. Moving forward, learning more about our universe, deepening our understanding of its mechanics, and that process will never be conservative. Science doesn't move backwards. Calling all conservatives backwards is not what I said, but you're free to interpret as you like. What's not open to debate is this. What makes something science has nothing to do with who works on it. It has nothing to do with class, or power, or money, or even majority rule. Science is reproducible. No miracles required. Miracles are prohibited. If one person can do it, anyone can do it, and so science is inherently egalitarian. If someone feels that because of that, science has a bias against them, then that speaks only to their own politics, and not the failings of the scientific community to log in to your Review Plus account with your passkey or net provider to finish reading this article and see so much more. For a pop-sci figurehead, Syria sure keeps busy. Guess I don't have any evidence proving that they aren't legitimately brilliant. But I can't take seriously anyone who guest stars on TV that much. Can't deny they seem to be making progress with new kinds of... More sources of renewable energy, yay. This all 32 a century ago if we kept boiling water with uranium, but... Guess that's why it's a big a deal as Sirius is developing new fuels. Please don't throw that data pad out, its owner might come back. Perish the thought. Though, now that you planted the idea into my head, a self-fulfilling prophecy. As a reading comprehension fail and I already know it, and the less we say about it the better. New fuels. Some of the only new fuels we've seen in decades. Could be decades longer before it's actually practical, but any new fuel has to be less volatile than hydrogen. Please don't throw the data pad out. Perish the thought, Sarah. Perish, Sarah. No! Peruse. It's a well-stocked bar. Got tea and coffee too, if that's what you're into. Nice ambience, soft lighting, warm on a chill night, and cool on a hot day. Now all that's left to do is wait for the customers to stream in. Any day now. Cat. It's a Manaki Neko. Nice to see those around in the far future of 2086. It's a lucky cat. It's called a Maneki Neko. Nya. Morgan! Did you say something, Adonai? No. I suddenly got the strong impression that there was something you wanted to say. Don't know what you're talking about. As you say, Neko unlocked. Okay, so that's the cat that I was supposed to pet. Good to know. Sure enough, there it is. I could take you too, now that I know who you are. Right, now give me Ray's back. When does she get here? Let's go to inspect this. Rain must have searched for months to find affordable underground real estate that wasn't flooded. Or already filled to the brim with server farms. Putting Sarah on cleaning duty was a good call. If any of the tiling in here starts to grime up, could start feeling like a subway station bathroom real fast. I think I'm ready to order. Of course. Ah, I'll take this. Sarah, go wipe the tables for a bit. No one has sat at them since I last cleaned them. Then pretend to clean them like a normal employee. Understood. What's got you so tense? Take a wild guess. Did Sarah ask for a raise? Be serious, Red. What happened last night? Our information was accurate for the most part. A part of mid-level blue bloods had it. Seems like they were told to sit on it. Were they willing to sell? Nope. Laughed at my price, called me a spoiled mag, and kicked my butt out the door. I'm not curious where you got your information from. Honestly, no. They rushed me out of that pretty fast once they heard my offer. Were they expecting more company? I got the impression they had work to get back to. Okay. Anything else I should know? No. Anything you want to ask me? How did you two meet? The tables. On my second date, you told me not to over-polish them in order to keep things fluffy. Lo-fi. Okay. Is it that inappropriate of a question? You've lived in the city for decades, boss, but Adonai didn't move here until she started her apprenticeship at Masters and... If you're gonna tell people my whole life story at every possible opportunity, I'll just shred my resume and start mailing you around instead. How we met, huh? Well, that story's not very good. Neko unlocked, god damn it. I'll skip to the end and cut to the heart of our relationship, Sarah. I pay Reynard a finder's fee, and he tells me where I can get into high-stakes poker games. High-stakes poker games.
Yeah, you were trying to...
It's not a lie. Now you know my terrible secret. Burn Trap's terrible secret! Oh! I interrupt this broadcast with a message! Disappointed? It's not illegal to gamble. I don't go on my phone and wager my paycheck stubs on point spreads. I gamble. And since I can't afford the entrance fees for one of those anonymous masked ball cult vibe blimp casinos the rich go to, I count on your boss here to find me the tables to play at. Guilty. So you travel to the lower wards to gamble illegally. Truth be told, I've had my suspicions. Seeing you go out at such odd hours without so much as your phone. You gonna turn me in? No way. Irashai! Or is it more firm? Irashai. Two firm-looking men in finely pressed black suits, with shades tinted so dark they must have made modded eyes to see from behind them. My favorite knife broke. Ah! The knife. What are we gonna do? Our table! Despite the subtle color palette, they stand out. It's hard not to in clothes that look that expensive. Clothes with some kind of pin on them. Matching pins. Suit noir. Huh? Pretty sure there's a fic where Sarah catches Morgan in the act of murder. She's got to do that eventually in the actual game, right? More emphasis on the Ra. Shades Slick. That's a good name. Oh, thank you. Think I just heard the delivery drones bumping around outside, Sarah. Would you check out the back? Your vintages might have arrived. Go on. Please excuse me then. Afternoon then, gentlemen. What can I do for you? Mr. Daimani. Pardon us for dropping in without first making an appointment. No trouble at all. Still getting the place cleaned up. Awfully embarrassed I failed to realize the property lay within your borders. If you come with me to the back, I'd be happy to settle whatever debt. We look like petty landlords to you? If you ordered tribute, you'd know it by now. My mistake. Well, if you're here for information, I'll gladly wheel and deal. How about you? We're not here to shop either. We're here looking for Morgan. Well, that name ring any bells, Mr. Germany? Right. Listen, boys, I'm not sure... Sorry. Had something blaring in my earbud. I'm A. Morgan, Esquire specifically. How can I be of service? I mostly practice criminal defense, but I do offer a few other services. You two look corporate. I could recommend some good workplace attorneys. I've got a business card. Somewhere. We're not interested in that. Of course not. Well, I'm flattered that you'd come all the way here to find me. You must have already tried the Home Office. You could set something up for... You need to come with us now, ma'am. Hey, I thought you said there was nothing I needed to know. Business day is over for me, gentlemen. Can this matter wait until tomorrow? Does it look like it can? Great manners, this one. Time sensitive, then? My rate will have to reflect that. Send us the bill. We can afford it. Music to any lawyer's ears. So who is we, then? You think you're funny. Compared to you. Morgan! These fine gentlemen are from House Icaria. Oh. I'm familiar. What? I've seen their name in the papers. Plastering their name all over uptown opera houses and homes for the sick or whatever. Though I didn't recognize that name when those blue bloods were cursing it last night, so maybe that propaganda's working. Doesn't matter how generous they are, Gauls are still the richest and most powerful criminal organization in the city. Rich and powerful. Why bother with the criminal qualifier? Sorry, might I ask about the nature of this engagement? The situation is developing, Mr. Germany. We appreciate your patience. It's not what you want to hear. So I get it. Your presence has been requested at the family estate, ma'am. For business or... The Icaria are always business. Should we get you your coat? Such gentlemen! knew those suits weren't just for show. I can see myself out just fine, though. Adonai. What's going on? Are you going somewhere? That's why they pay me the big bucks. These men are very athletic. Perhaps I should come with you. If they want to arm wrestle, you'll be the first to know. Call me when you get there, yeah? If I'm actually in danger, I won't even be conscious when I arrive, but I appreciate the thought. Boss? Who are those men, really? Nucleans for Morgan, really? Hopefully. Hopefully? Yeah, hopefully. Because if House Icaria puts her on retainer, she'll be able to buy you as much wine as you like. But what do you mean by house? What do you mean by house? Yeah. Alright, pay attention. If I'm gonna lecture, might as well try to teach. Start with ice. You want a lot of it, but low surface area, so never use crushed, okay? Starts to melt into the liquor, waters the whole thing down. Understood. 1.5 ounces of vodka. And what do we look for in a good vodka? Smoothness. Correct. It's the mark of quality, making the bitter go down easy. So, the nobility. You know what that is? Historically, the ruling class, as enforced through economic or military might and maintained by familial relations. Juice of a full line. Look for a little spring and a consistent color across the skin. Nobility. Old money is another word for it, and the older it is, the slower it moves. Only so much wealth you could accrue in one lifetime, collecting from serfs and selling horses. I don't have a bank account. Hey Morgan, why'd you not open a bank account for Sarah? She doesn't want the androids to, like, be irresponsible with her finances. I guess. There's no telling what she'd buy. Wine, apparently. But the Industrial Revolution comes along, shows the world what real wealth acquisition looks like. Then you get new money. Which always dwarfs old money. Inflation and split inheritances shave away at any generational wealth that's liquid. Now, new money and old money. They don't like each other. Doesn't new money eventually become old money? If the old money can help it, no one ever becomes old money. Triple sack 1 ounce. My family was new money. Try to make the transition. Join the right clubs, shake the right hands, make the right marriages. Laugh at the bad jokes. Bad jokes can be entertaining in their own right. Not the kind of bad I'm talking about. I don't understand. That's alright. You shouldn't need to know. But what do you mean your family was new money? Times changed. About 30 years ago. Recession, depression, civil unrest, political upheaval. Most people, they were so scared they could barely think about tomorrow, let alone next year. But decent man's chaos is cruel man's investment opportunity. So while everyone else was panic selling off everything they could to buy food and water, a certain type of personality was buying. For pennies on the dollar, as it were. Give me a feel from that line, as shallow as possible. Any white you see is just bitter. 1 ounce of gin. There were rough years, but they passed. And at the end of it all, some were left standing with a lot more than they came in with. New money. A new kind of new money. The new nobility. Neobility, if you write a think piece. Slang term for the novel-rich families that arose in the second half. Your noble families, how to marry into wealth. Define novo. No more knife. Why is Dementio running in your PC? Oh, that's good. Unabashed oligarchs and devourer barons. These sound like Terraria bosses. When the governments of the world tried to re-privatize the industries that had taken over with emergency powers, they were there to snatch them. And they started at the bottom. Steel, fuel, grain, machine parts, medicine. Here enters House Icaria. Well, that's how they exited. They went into the Red Decade as the Icaria Cartel. Drug smugglers and extortionists. Thieves and murderers. Are my messages fucking duplicating again? Only one of them's duplicated so far. They came out as one of the richest, most respectable names in the country. Not that they actually stopped doing any of that thieving and murdering, mind you. Put the top on tight, then shake. So they're a crime family? Like the mob? This is a 21st century, kid. It's muddier than that. House Icaria is not literally one family. Not even one race or creed. They're simply the strongest criminal organization in the city, on paper. But not in practice? Practice is what they're lacking. Haven't had to get their hands dirty, haven't had to maintain a presence in the lower wards in years. They make their profits from investments, blackmail, and more than a little insider trading. So they're criminal, yes, but their muscles atrophy. Time for a taste test. That's not right at all. The hell did I forget? Boss? There must have been other criminal organizations 30 years ago. Others poised to take advantage of the changing times. Yeah. So what did the Icaria do to set themselves apart from the rest back then? That stupid, most important ingredient. Blech. Drop of grenadine. Wow, picturesque. The Lady Maria. This is a symptom of a poor internet connection. Bold Mario. Yeah. I mean, Discord broke down the other week, and I was having a time with that. Ooh. It's beautiful. This is nothing. We'd use a frosted glass if this was for a customer. Looks like a ruby in the right lighting. If you do end up helping Red work with the Icaria, don't let the warmth of their golden furnishings confuse you. All that glitters is cold. Oh wow, look at this. This is a stark contrast to the rest of the world. It was a quiet and uneventful drive in the back of the limousine. The privacy, at least, was nice. But with Albert and Costello riding in the front, I had no way of getting information out of them. Not even passively. So instead I spent the whole ride trying to play out all the different ways that this could go. I haven't liked any of them so far. I suppose I should have felt relief or gratitude when we pulled up outside of an imposing skyscraper instead of an alley. I suppose it's a good sign that no one's put a bag over my head or stuck a needle in my neck. But I don't feel like celebrating. For all I know, they really don't have a clue about what I did in the lower wards last night. But for some reason, they've placed their attention on me, and there's little I hate more than unwanted advances. I'm also not a fan of being made to wait. Why am I just sitting out here? In here. We were too late. Only by a few minutes. He filled the time slot. Already? Then we got no chance of... Maybe if his other meeting went well. Are we on hold, gentlemen? In the world's most expensive waiting room? Quiet. I take it he's glaring at me behind those lenses, but I'm more interested in the sweat glistening on his forehead. Somehow, at the three of us, I'm the most relaxed. This is becoming embarrassing. Can I at least take in the view while we're here? You can take photos if you like, so long as you're quiet. Really? No, your phone won't work in here. Go figure. Uh-oh, that's another article. Is it trying too hard to look unconcerned if I sit down and start reading the news? Maybe. But my boredom outweighs my apprehension at the moment. Not my fault that they failed to be sufficiently intimidating. PSS proposition study ahead of next month's convention. Next month! Next month, the city will play host to one of the most competitive political conventions in recent memory, with Senator Mathings expected to face significant opposition from party outliers before securing his nomination. But while the broader nation eagerly anticipates the oncoming political circus, city officials are already under fire for a supposed lack of sufficient convention security. The city has already approved a record-high monthly budget for the police department, including fully unrestricted overtime for officers of all ranks. But a coalition of private security services, including Whiteadder, Fang, and Demico, has released a press statement urging City Council to consider contracting their services ahead of the convention. Heartbreak was bad enough. Now we're hearing that cops are dying in the lower wards. When are city officials going to say enough is enough? Said Demico, head of press relations Arthur Gall. We have the utmost respect for all first responders. None of us are blaming the hard-working police for these failures. How could they succeed when political insiders insist that they try to apprehend criminals with one hand tied behind their back? Our contracted forces have world-class training in crowd pacification, preemptive de-escalation, and enhanced interrogation tactics. And any of the subhuman scum who empathize with anarchists won't dare to leave their mother's basements once we get our boots on the ground. That's a guarantee. City Council declined to comment when we reached out to them to ask whether they would be issuing a request for proposals on such services. The total city population is expected to swell next month as the national political spotlight draws lobbyists, delegates, political action committees, and voters in ahead of the 2-week process. Most of the community members we spoke to expressed optimism about the increase in economic activity and tourism the convention's expected to bring, but some, who refused to give us their permission to publish their identifying info, rudely and loudly voiced their criticism. 2 weeks for a convention when the nominee was decided 2 years ago is a joke, and we're the punchline. Footing the bill to pay cops to stand around outside parties full of thousands of do-nothing staffers and campaign managers. This article is presented to you advertiser-free, thanks to the contributions of our generous donors, including Daniel Mass of the Daniel Mass Foundation, Rebecca E. Jones of the Rebecca E. Jones Foundation, Jessica and Ronald McGill of the McGill Foundation for the Arts and Sciences, the Rockford Fund for Public Broadcasting, and readers like you. Thank you. Rockford, huh? I suppose it's less offensive than a bare advertisement or paywall, but why list your donors mid-article? All it does is make my eyes glaze over. But whatever, I got the important part. The city's hosting that convention next month, putting pressure on the council to vote on. Mercenaries? What? It's a contested convention. Mathings is the incumbent and front-runner, but if he doesn't get a show support from locals, he'll have as much impact as a fly in a windshield. The city councils of much more concerned to those private security mercs. Salesmen trying to convince them that the city needs even more armed men playing on their phones to be truly safe. Everyone knows Mathings will be the candidate. That was decided years ago. The contested convention will just be him finding a balance between how much public opposition he's been able to stomach against how many favors he feels like giving out. This country's already a circus without any bread. You think the least they could do is make the performances entertaining? What was that in the article about cops dying in the lower wards, anyway? You're pretty heavy-handed to just make up that kind of thing, even while pearl clutching and pitching yourself at the same time. It's bleak. My worst news. Whether or not to bring in private security contractors on top of the massive policing budget makes little difference to me. Cops and mercs have different quirks, but they all share the same blind spots. I'll be just fine. How the average law-abiding citizen will put up with them clogging the streets for 2 weeks, though. Not like it'll be the least popular political decision made next month. Everyone knows Mathings will be the candidate. That was decided years ago. Against how many favors you feel to do that? This country's already a circus on the bread. You think the least I could do is make the performances entertaining? No, cops in the lower wards pretty heavy-handed. Thanks, Morgan. Go fish? Mario, go fish! If I weren't hyper-aware of the flickering sky hanging over my head, this could make for a lovely watering hole. But those probably aren't even real fish down there. Literal children are capable of keeping goldfish alive, so of course the 0.1%ers can't manage it. Maybe let's spin it. When their pallid bodies float to the top because some idiot raised the water temperature degrees, it'd certainly be easy to scoop out. If you're an impatient, undignified idiot, you could argue that it's an efficient way to fish. Admire. The illusion isn't unimpressive, I guess. Windows into the heavens sparkling like raindrops across a puddle. It might even be appealing if it wasn't trying to be something it's not. You look up and see hexagons above you in the lower wards, too. Rich or poor, people just can't imagine themselves under an open sky anymore. Not even in their wildest dreams. Well, I've looked around at everything that caught my eye, and now I'm all out of ideas. Everything except... maybe they don't know we're here. I'm gonna try knocking. What are you— Hey! Before I get the chance, creaking oak draws my attention to an alternate entrance on the other side of the border. Hi. You the big guy around these parts? What are you got in your mouth? Is that a USB? Stop staring, get a move on. If that's the kind of man walking out of this place, who is waiting for me inside? Ekaria Tower, residential floors. Gun hall. Pomp and circumstance, ceremony and ritual. For some reason, I thought that the Mafia, of all people, would be a little more efficient in their execution. A little more honest about what they are. Evidently not. Artifice with every glance, costumes and makeup abound. Is this disappointment? But even here, in the supposed bowels of the underworld, there's no escaping the etiquette of it all? She's the one. Doesn't look like much. Peons. Suddenly their posture stiffens even further, a true feat. Their necks suddenly turn to a pair of doors in the back, each of them attuned to some signal I'm not receiving. I'm censored until go into my eye! Be still. The young master returns. Young master? Hi. Can the camera pan down a little, please? Oh, hi. You're late. Hold on. Wait. Young master, sir, Everyone slow down. Came as soon as we found us, sir. Traffic was... This is just some sassy lost child! Silence! Yes, sir. What time are you told to return by? 4 o'clock, sir. What time is it now? Permission to check my phone. You're late! You were tasked with finding one woman and bringing her here in a timely manner. Sir, you'll speak when I tell you to, and on one word further, or else I'll have your teeth removed. By way of curbside. This is a prank. Am I being recorded? He who wishes to fight must first count the cost. So says Sun Tzu. Please let this be a prank. And I don't think you could fathom the costs your tardiness has incurred. The lead up to my execution is some kid reading from Art of War. I might just... What is the #1 rule in this family? Timeliness, sir. When money gets wasted, it can be replaced. But time only goes one way. It's always running out. The loss is permanent. Every second wasted is a scar on this house's face. Timeliness is next to godliness. So say I. Oh, God. So if you two ever waste my time, the house's time, again, expect to be dragged through hell. I'm already there. Now both of you get out. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Useless. You. Red woman, you're being addressed. Forget pride. I just want this over with as fast as possible. You're the lawyer, correct? You may answer. As fast as possible. I am a lawyer, Morgan, criminal defense, Mr... How should I address you? As all outsiders do, by my name. Makoto of House Ikaria. Occupation heir apparent, unemployed, student. Likes biography, shogi, amber. Dislikes tardiness, tarnish, group assignments. Favorite figures, Saladin, Sun Tzu, Hannibal. Favorite phrase, Vea Victis, woe to the conquered. Relaxes by building, painting models. Wait, such impudence. You, Morgan Criminal Defense, have the great honor of being summoned before me. Criminal Defense. Don't bother bowing. Once you start, you'll end up prostrated all day, and we'll have important work to do. Right, out of an abundance of respect for your time, Makoto, I should let you know that I still have no idea what I'm doing here. Oh. I'll have them kneel on a bed of nails later, or some such thing. Mrs. Defends. Mrs. Really? The house has need of your legal services. Oh? Would you give me a moment to clear my throat? I need to switch gears. An instant. Right then. So you want to hire me? One of our own is being slandered by multiple homicide charges. You will defend him. Oh my god, no, wait. Wait a minute. Hold on. You want to hire me, and I'm flattered, Makoto, but did you pull my name out of a hat? Pick a random page in the phone book? I have many books on my phone. Libraries full of esoteric knowledge spread across countless tomes. You will have to be more specific. Sorry, I misspoke. What I mean is, this is House Icaria. You must keep a small army of lawyers on retainer. Surely any one of them would be happy to help you. True, we have lawyers. Competent ones, expensive ones, and some who are both. But the best of them are all preoccupied. That's it? They're all just preoccupied? Have fun? Oh my fucking god. Morgan, I swear. Preoccupied means busy. Thanks. But I'm still not sure how my name specifically was. Do you have any customer survey you want filled out, Mrs. Defends? You are recommended. What does it matter how it came about? Normally, it wouldn't matter. But when the client I'm recommended to is one of the richest, most well-connected families in the country, it gives me pause. I don't have any friends in high places. Not anymore. That makes it hard to see this as a favor. Not when my employer doesn't even know my goddamn name. Of course, my apologies. No doubt you have other questions. Very well, I'll permit you to ask them. Such a gentleman. I do appreciate the warm welcome, Makoto of House Icaria, really. But legal consultations are usually more private than this. Are we certain we need the peanut gallery? Let it not be said that our House Icaria is not accommodating of its guests. We're more than capable of compensating for this nut allergy you alluded to. That's so sweet of you. But do all these guards really need to be present for this conversation? If you're referring to additional security, it can't be helped, circumstances being what they are. Circumstances? And if you're referring to my retainers in general, then I suggest you step back into the garden and take a deep breath. Clearly, the city's fumes do not agree with your constitution. You must be lightheaded if you think that you're worthy to hold a one-on-one audience with the next head of this illustrious house. He's a prodigy to be this insufferable at such a young age. I'll admit, I was a little taken aback to step off an elevator into your enclosure up there. The gardens, yes, our groundskeeper works hard on them. Does the illusion of the sky come from a live recording of somewhere else? Or is it generated programmatically? That would take quite the equation. It is impressive, yes. As for how it works, I don't have the technical minutiae in front of me at the moment. That's okay. Of course this. A lion does not concern himself with the exterior decorations of the sheep. It's your exterior and your decorations. What does it matter anyway? If you want the specifics so badly, I'll have one of the servants put you in contact with a contracting firm. That's alright. Something tells me the consultation alone would break my bank account. I'd like to know a bit more about you, actually. How long have you... I'm the only son of Raphael Icaria and the only grandson of Daisuke Icaria. CEO of the Icaria Financial Group, patriarch of this family and chairman of the house. I gather that those titles are all in one and the same. As one destined to succeed the headship, commanding the family servants is my responsibility and my birthright. So if one of them needs a lawyer, it falls to you? When our loyal men, women, or their families need help, it is my solemn duty to ensure that they are taken care of. And your age? What a boorish question. I knew that peasants raised outside our stratus had little understanding of the finer things. But I assumed that one with a law degree would be educated enough to know what is and isn't appropriate to discuss. Just because I am younger than some does not mean I'm any less capable of managing the people who work for me. Does it, Ben?
Sir, no, sir!
You definitely command their respect. That is no coincidence. One of the most frequently noted characteristics of great men who have remained great is loyalty to their subordinates. So says George S. Patton. That's so interesting. This is an important point. Perhaps another quote is called for. I don't think that's necessary. I'll get you another. If soldiers are punished before they have grown attached to you, they will not prove submissive. And unless submissive, then will be practically useless. So says Sun Tzu. Back to back. Yes, the second quotation was called for in this instance. If only to emphasize to you that no one stays useless to House Icaria for very long. One way or another. If I wasn't brought here because of what happened last night, then this is just another job.
You have no idea, Morgan.
Meaning all of this, starting back at the bar. This has all just been their idea of a power move. Thank you for insisting that I get to visit your estate in person. It's beautiful here. An oasis of old-world sensibility amidst a desert of steel and neon eyesores. Is what the house elders say. I've never seen anything like it. It matches your family's reputation for class. Ha! My family's reputation is power, not class. I'd take it a step further and guess you're renowned for violence rather than power. But that's a moot point. Violence can be classy. But from how this house is talked about in the headlines I've read on the drive over, the nature of your family's reputation seems to vary greatly depending on who you ask. Some think you've got half the gangs in the city under your control. Others think you've left all that behind and are no longer worse than any other corporate family. Are you expecting me to ask what you think? What I think is that I'll need some basic information if I'm to adequately defend your interests. For finances. You don't say. Lending, investing, taking over, buying out. The Icaria Financial Group was founded nearly 2 centuries ago. Owning funds is high risk and high reward, but as you can see, our results speak for themselves. Icaria Financial Group is a private investment group and one of the nation's most exclusive asset managers as of 2086. We believe that investing should be accessible to anyone, and that that's best accomplished by tailoring their investment portfolio to suit their specific needs. Interested in working with us? Let's get started on your profile below so we can determine your options. Remember, even if you unfortunately aren't a good fit for the IFG itself, we'll always be happy to set you up with one of more of our partners that are better suited to your class.
Not interested in sponsored searches? I'll see further with a premium account.
Icaria Financial Group. Fancy way of saying they got their start as mobster loan sharks. It's not impossible to get this rich with loan sharking alone, but such unsavory work wouldn't get them into the ballrooms and boardrooms of tiers of society. You gotta rip people off of mortgages to do that. No. Through Aurea, our holding company, the house controls any number of what a civilian like you might call legitimate enterprises. Renogen? They're a drug company. What am I doing? Wait. You're saying you've no relation to Renogen presently? The company went public years ago, and already divested our shares not long after. Given? A family like this only take. He doesn't know the meaning of the word if he's downplaying their pull within Renogen.
ReneGen is a global leader in pharmaceutical research, development and distribution. A company that puts your health before any other concern. Our groundbreaking research into combating modern medical challenges has helped millions live happy, healthy lives, and we're proud to keep fighting that fight as we pursue our corporate goals. Put our medicine in the cabinet of every home. Improve patients' lives in their communities. Minimize our environmental footprint through sustainable ventures. Operate with dignity and pride in our ethics. Deliver consistent, steady growth to our investors. Shortly after our founding, our researchers developed metformin, the first orally ingested treatment for type 2 abnormal diabetes, freeing millions of adolescents from suffering from its effects from being subjected to painful injections. Since then, we've gone on to improve on our formulation, and that consultant dedication to perfecting our medicines has made us a national leader in pharmaceutical biosimilars. We're obsessed with perfection and driven by purpose. We'll never stop searching for the next step in evolution of what it means to be healthy.
Okay. Then the house must have a reason to want to distance themselves from the company. You're being very modest, Makoto. And more than a little vague. It's only polite. It's unnecessary talking to your lawyer. You aren't my lawyer, Mr. Fenge, but you will be working for me. So you'll have to become accustomed to putting your needs second. He's deflecting, and if he's trying to be subtle about it, he's not doing it well. I doubt it's possible a company with as big a boot heel as ReneGen has no relation to anything that happens in this city, but I'll drop it for now. I'm in no rush to wade into boardroom politics again anytime soon. Thank you for indulging my curiosity so greatly, Makoto. Conquer the stingy through generosity. So says Butter. Correct. Perhaps your education is not quite as deficient as I feared. But I should make clear that in this case, I was using the quote to subtly imply that you are stingy with your own graciousness. Got it? Yep. Shall we move on? I believe you mentioned a homicide. Multiple homicides. Tell me more. My head of security was arrested by the police last night in the lower wards. They found him brutally beaten, drugged and tortured. And instead of bringing him straight to a hospital, they arrested him for murder.
Yeah, here we go. Here we fucking go.
He's been framed, and you must prove his innocence. An instant. Is there something wrong with your voice? Is this a peanut allergy you mentioned? No, I just lost my train of thought for a second there. I'm not used to my luck changing this fast. One of the richest families in the city wants to pay me to prove a man's innocent of a crime I framed him for. Right then, might I ask why he was found in the lower wards? I get the impression that Ikaria territory is generally positioned more vertically. This whole city is our territory. But it's true that our presence is felt strongly in some areas than others. They captured him early yesterday. He was ambushed by cowards and dragged down that stain of a neighborhood to be tortured senselessly. Well, he was tortured, so I can attest to that much. But I don't believe in senseless violence. There's always a purpose, and it's usually staring you in the face. People just don't like making eye contact. Do you have any idea why he was taken, or by whom? It was the Blue Bloods. They made no effort to hide it. In a worthy opponent, I might call that commendable, but knowing them, they're just too stupid to value deniability. I'm sure. And I'm sure there's no love lost between your groups, but kidnapping and torturing is beyond the pale, I agree. And the police are even worse. I expected no help from those incompetent fools, but these charges they're making, they're utterly ridiculous. Of course they are. To think they want to pin 5 murders on him. 5? Did you say 5? Yes, 5! It's absurd! I can only take credit for 4 bodies. Acting so high and mighty, So affronted, so eager to blame us for the death of one of their officers. A dead cop. Is this what those mercs were advertising themselves with? What do you mean one of their officers? Was there a UC or... No. They've made the ridiculous claim that he killed some uniform while resisting arrest. As if a member of our house would fear prison. I should have never dared to think I got lucky here. These circumstances sound very complex, Makoto, and the police take the death of one of their own very seriously. What makes you so certain of this man's innocence? Because this man's name is Sosuke Ikaria. The Hound. I've known him all my life. All 3 or 4 years of it. There is no individual more honorable, more devoted, more trustworthy, and not once have I ever known him to be. Violent? Impulsive. He didn't do this. I know he didn't do this. But proving that is your job. About that. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, Makoto. But you will. If for no other reason than because we shall pay you. More than you'll customarily receive for a contract. Considerably more. Not everything's a question of money. Yes. Your meaning is taken. It needn't be silver and gold. You'll have no complaints with your compensation. The favor of House Ikaria can go a long way in this city. As can now laugh. I don't appreciate being threatened. I don't find it funny, even coming from a kid. However, if the state thinks whoever killed those 4 blue bloods also killed a cop, I can't afford to sit this hand out. They'll go over every centimeter of that building. One wrong move, one hair out of place. If I lose here, I lose, period. But if I win, throwing in a carrier-sized wallet in the pot beforehand is all upside. I understand, Makoto of House Ikaria. I'll take Sosuke's case. You say that as if it were ever in doubt. A true prodigy. But he might be right. Maybe it never was. I chose to put that gun into this Sosuke's hands when I could have just plunged that knife into his temple. Maybe the line drawn from that moment to the razor edge I'm walking right now is perfectly straight. A line drawn from one point to another is always perfectly straight. A better metaphor would be a boat's trajectory. For all the talk of wind resistance and breathing patterns and the Coriolis effect and chaos theory, you can't exactly act surprised when your shot lands right where the crosshairs are pointing. Morgan's my last name, by the way, before you start writing any checks. You should have enunciated! Yamakoto voice. I started getting a better idea of what voice to do as it went on. In transit. Hey there, boss. Of course I'm fine. What did you think was gonna happen? Yeah, all good news. I've got quite the paycheck coming my way. Maybe bad news for you, if you get a large crowd tonight. Yeah. Tell Sarah to meet me at the police station address I'm about to send. I've got work for her to do. There will be quite the paycheck indeed waiting for me, assuming I can win. But can I afford to accept it? Ugh. Hey. Were any of those jokes around the office about your clients being connected to organized crime true? What? Is this some kind of honeypot? Trying to get a grasp on something. Now I know you're baiting me. World's easiest that's what she said layup. I so basket that shit though, I don't give a fuck. Why do you make everything so hard? Come on. Like, come on, Freckles. Low-hanging fruit. I have no idea what you're talking about. Obviously. Why are you asking me about mafia shit, though? I'm working a case for the Icaria, whom I assume you've heard of. Definitely. Under circumstances that are probably vulgar. Absolutely. Which you'd be happy to brag about to me. Anytime. But I'm not well positioned to turn down the job outright. So I'd like to know whether they'll be resistant about parting ways afterwards. Why? Do you not like getting paid lots of money? I don't like being chained. Fair enough. So you're like, just asking for my advice? The aura loss is incredible. Not going to attempt to pass that. I doubt you ever could. My generation's sense of humor is practically impregnable. It was a very basic non sequitur, Auntie. It just wasn't funny. Not even. A non sequitur would be, what's the charge? That's just getting back on topic. The charge is homicide. 5 counts. Meh. You're probably fine. All the stuff you hear about mobs is being clingy with their lawyers. It's because they don't want anyone who's been through their underwear drawers running around telling tales. What of a poor motherfucker they pin multiple homicides on? It's obviously not anyone important. I don't think he was framed. Not by his own people. Nah, pinned isn't. Stuck with. Like a chore. Powerful people. Mob or no. If they get lawyers, it's for tax evasion and conspiracy charges. Reminder that our good buddy Witch is Gen Alpha, yeah. Dirty work's left to the pawns. And the whole point of a pawn is you don't have to think twice about trading them off. Alright. Guess I know the rumors are true then. Yeah, you uncovered my cool fucking secret. Listen. Actors, singers, celebs. They all like expensive things and being the center of attention. Mobsters have no money to burn and want the cologne of legitimacy. Everyone wants what they can't have. Okay, chill, Scott Fitzgerald. Great looking Gatsby ass. I still pine for the motherfucker. What? All I'm saying is there's mutually beneficial arrangements to be made. Between the rich and the famous. And the rich and the infamous. So you bet your ass I was in those rooms. Negotiating appearance fees. And taking my 30%. 30%? You really are shameless. That's what she said. Alright. Thanks as always for the Sage Council. Hey, if you're really feeling grateful, do me a solid and call your rents. They say they never hear from you. And I know you can't be that busy. If you're bored enough to talk to me. They're the ones who are busy. Masters. Welcome back. Weight depends on the time of day. Lied to the rich and famous, semi-retired. Likes waterfalls, manicures, and macadamia nuts. Dislikes getting ghosted by my adorable goddaughter. Drink, cosmopolitan double. Collects favors, friends in high places. Look, SSR on the first pull. Where are we now?
Shut the fuck up.
Attention,
SSR on the first pull.
I don't know what that means.
Like the rarest card you can pull in a pack.
Oh, okay. Obviously, I wasn't sure what would happen after I left that crime scene. And I wasn't sure what I'd find walking in here to speak to my client. Oh god. He knows, though. No, he doesn't know. He was blinded. But I definitely wouldn't have bet the next time I saw this man alive, he'd actually look worse. Hi, Sosuke. Did you not hear me? I said I'm your lawyer. Oh, I heard you. I'm just not interested in wasting my breath responding. I'm sorry, is there a misunderstanding here? Not at all. I understand exactly what you are. You and all your fellow... Yeah. Your companion is staring at me very intently. Sarah, blink. You're embarrassing me in front of the Yakuza. That's a very dated word. You'd really prefer I call you an orca? I prefer you give up and leave. What are you talking? I'm sure they told you I'd been softened up. That they'd broken me, and I'd be ready to sign whatever you put in front of me. Sorry to disappoint you. But the Hound of Ikaria doesn't heal. Cool. Sarah, go on. Sosuke, I'm gonna repeat myself plainly. And slowly, because you clearly have multiple head injuries. I am not a lawyer. I am your lawyer. Huh? Right then, very good. Thank you for coming. I apologize if I misspoke just now. I'd misspeak too if I'd lost as much blood as you. Morgan, Esquire, I'll be representing you from here on out. Sosuke, of House Ikaria. Sarah, paralegal and bartender. You're very young to have 2 jobs. Or 10 bar. Well, it is only part-time. Ah, right. So tell us, Sosuke of House Ikaria, what is your routine? You look very fit. God damn it, Sarah! What? Are you asking about... Do you not have me on file? Sorry, which firm are you from? DDD? MPM? I'm in private practice. You mean you're not... A mob lawyer? No, but please don't hold it against me. Everyone has to start the path to corruption somewhere. There are serious risks involved in representing a man with my background against charges like these. It's very sweet of you to say I killed a cop, miss. I realize I may look a sorry state at the moment, but I've not fallen so low that I'd sully the house's name by dragging a civilian into... Makoto thought differently. The young master? You've seen him? How is he? Where is he? Is he unharmed? He was sitting pretty atop a literal throne surrounded by armed guards last time I checked. Thank you for that. No one's told me anything, you know. If the young master has spoken on this matter, I won't go against his judgment. But I do hope you understand what you're getting into. I'm already in it, Sosuke. How well I understand what I'm in is something I think you'd be able to help with. Very well. What do you want to know? Makoto told me that this all started because you were taken captive yesterday. What happened? It was 2 p.m. The young master had just finished a meeting with a VIP in Crane Tower, floor 108. 2 p.m.? He wasn't in school? I'll ask that you refrain from mocking the young master in my presence. He is a child. Anyone could see that. But you have no idea the pressures that have been placed on him. Whatever my client wants. As I was saying, it was just after 2 p.m. Me and the rest of my team escorted him to the elevators along our planned exit route. Our lift stopped suddenly in between floors 61 and 62. That was when I made a mistake. I had a bad feeling. Thought it was best to get Makoto to the ground floor ASAP. So I forced the elevator open, crawled out, and pulled him out after me. But just as he got out, the elevator started up again, separating us from the rest of the guard. It was a trap. A 50-50 one. Staying wasn't safe either. If they could stop the elevator, it's not a strange thing they could drop it too. He just lost a coin flip when he decided to exit. Yes, Sarah. It was a trap. Floors 60 through 70 were undergoing heavy retrofitting. The other elevators weren't responding. Comms were jammed. I'd reviewed the entire building's blueprints beforehand. Not very useful information, obviously, for a floor undergoing renovations. But I knew that there was a construction elevator we could get to on the other side of the tower. I had to act fast. There's no time to doubt myself, and I did something unforgivable. You left the kid? I picked him up over my shoulder. Oh. Well, that sounds like fun. Alice, forgive me. Everything the young master does for the sake of his name's dignity, and kids are tougher than you think. I think he'll get over it. So you escorted him to the surface elevator. I take it that's when things... Yes. I'm sorry, but I only remember a few vague details about what happened next. But I'll tell you what little I can. After I activated the lift, 2 assailants emerged from under a top doorway at my 7 o'clock. One tall, one thin. Tall was around 190 centimeters, and his weight, I'd say 100 kilograms with the mods. Thin was maybe 175 centimeters when slouched. Modded as well, but what I saw looked stripped down, so couldn't have been heavier than 70 kilo. He had needle guns. Slow to fire and slow to take effect. A memorable choice. Taller one shot first. Ducked his arm when he pulled the trigger. Bad habit usually favored by street slinger punks who are used to compensating for the kickback of jailbroken zippers. He might as well have been aiming at the ceiling. Thin lines his shoulder properly. Laser sight dialed in on the young master's left trapezoid. I shifted to a horse rider stance and deflect the needle with my weapon. The lift doors open behind me just as another shooter steps forward at my 3 o'clock. So I thought, but all they had was a laser pointer. Literally a cheap trick. But it worked. I clicked from 8 o'clock, down my neck. I feel a weight punched into my deltoid. A dullish kind of pain for an instant. I realize I'm already going numb. And that's when I squeeze. Squeeze? He's talking about his mods. That's how I've always described it. Others say they flex, or pull, or hold. I squeeze. Acida Type 2 external thoracic booster. Some burst strength and painkilling capabilities, but in short, it's a reflex enhancer. Make 1 second feel like 15 in hindsight. And makes it feel like you ran a marathon doing those 15 seconds once the kickback gets you. But I digress. I moved. Got Makoto into the elevator and wrenched the door shut myself. Taking 3 more needles to the back in the process. I remember saliva pooling on my lip and then cold concrete scratching my cheek. So far, all I know about you is your first and last name. It's a very important last name, but I take your meaning. And in truth, the first thing you should know is that I'm not worthy of it. Why? Disqualified due to pre-existing conditions? I was born Sosuke Hayakawa, 4th son of a distant branch family. The only reason I bear the name of Ikaria is because I was adopted into the main house as an infant, in exchange for lifelong service to the main family. Sounds like a great deal. Lifelong. How did you serve the Ikaria as an infant? There are various tax benefits if you have exactly 2 children. Don't be absurd. I am what you would call a bodyguard. From the time I was able to walk, I was trained to be of service to the house by protecting the air with my life. Like in front of a blade. Even a child can manage that. The house has given me everything I've ever had and taught me everything I've ever known. What meager service I can offer in return means nothing compared to the debt I owe them. You view your relationship with your family as a transaction?
It is not something so cold, girl. It's a matter of loyalty.
Right. So if you were standing before a judge and they asked your name and occupation, you would say, "My name is Sosuke Ikaria, and I'm an eternal servant for a living."
I'd say my name is Sosuke Ikaria, and I work as a head of personnel security for the Ikaria Financial Group.
Sosuke. Hi, Sosuke. Likes whetstones, paperbacks, and matcha. Dislikes the opera, wasabi, and insects. Favorite offer, Alexander Dumas. Coffee, cafe americano. Default status,
Fuck's sake.
non-work related messages will be blocked.
For fuck's sake.
Sorry, Alexandre. And what does that entail exactly?
I'm the young master's bodyguard, and I lead all the security teams.
Nice to properly meet you.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
And I'm Sarah, paralegal and bartender, part-time.
Yes, I believe you already mentioned that.
It seemed like we were all doing it twice.
Well, thank you for your paralegal services, Sarah.
Smiling. And here I had the impression you had no sense of humor.
What do you mean?
It seems in this particular instance, Adonai, it was you who misidentified his proper manners as being sacked.
Glad we've all broken the ice.
Alright, Sasuke. So you were guiding Makoto. These men laid a trap. Target him with tranks. Failed. Then they take you instead?
Yes. To my great shame.
You were outnumbered and ambushed, but you still managed to protect Makoto. What's there to be ashamed of?
That I didn't see it coming.
You're saying this has happened before?
Dozens of attempts in the past year. Some headed off in the early stages, some sidestepped entirely, and some stopped with force. I knew their tactics and I knew our vulnerabilities. Yet still I failed.
Sosuke, that is not incorrect. I don't know. Am I wrong? Shouldn't a bodyguard get at least one shot off before being taken down?
Shot? What do you mean shot?
You were not carrying a firearm?
No. No one on the team had guns.
How's that?
None of us on security team had firearms with us.
But you're a gangster.
I'm a head of personal security for the Ikaria Financial Group. Walking onto an allied group's property armed to the teeth insults their hospitality and makes the house look insecure, or worse, impotent.
And I'm not a security expert, but I do think there's some grey area between armed to the teeth and empty-handed. I mean, didn't you just say you deflected their attack?
I was not defenseless just because I wasn't carrying a gun. Oh, I had my sword.
So lame. So cool. You walk around town with what? A samurai sword?
You just assume that it's a katana?
Is it?
Yes. I mean, we've seen it. We've seen it with our own eyes, but just wanted to make him say it out loud. It's a signifier of my position within the house, and shows that I'm acting as a representative of it.
Is it ceremonial, then?
No, it's quite sharp.
I can attest to that.
Though it's probably in terrible condition by now, seeing how the city's police manhandle everything else they touch.
Speaking of which, perhaps we should move on to the night's main events. They tried for Makoto, but you instead, and took you to the lower wards. Why? I've been wondering that myself. Aren't you essentially worthless? As a hostage, she means. I know that. Thinking back, I was surprised myself to wake up at all, let alone in captivity. But it seems they had questions they wanted to ask me. What do you remember? Whatever they used on me, I can remember some things, but how much of it was real, what already happened in it, so just say whatever comes to mind. It can be anything. Sights, smells, voices. There are no wrong answers. I was bound. My wrists bound above my head. Tied to something that smelled like iron and rattled like old iron. Tiles beneath my feet. Some kind of bathroom or decontamination area. Good guess. They asked me questions. I said things. Loose lips, like being drunk for the first time again. But I'm confident that other than vulgarities, it was all incoherent. Because there were shocks, the taste of blood. I must have bit my tongue during the spasms. And there were beatings, of course. I wouldn't have guessed. Adonai, do you need corrective lenses? Sarcasm is just how I grieve a lost opportunity, Sarah. Lost opportunity? Yeah, it's a damn shame. From what I can see of it, a pretty face like yours would go a long way with the jury if it wasn't pulverized. Ridiculous. Is he blushing? I agree about his face, Adonai, but I don't believe it's his only strong suit. Let us move on. Really? Well, in that case, how did your captivity end? Do you recall escaping? I was blindfolded the entire time, but my ears weren't boxed so bad. There was a door. It squeaked and whined, so I always knew when someone was coming or going. One voice asked questions, mostly. It was light. Another voice grunted when he hit me. Heavy. Other voices came and went, and then eventually, there was talk. Through the door, I heard they're all talking to someone else. A new voice? Was it high-pitched or low? Loud or soft? It doesn't matter. What's important is that it belonged to someone new. Someone besides you and the dead who was there last night. Did you make out any part of that conversation? No. Not a word. But there was a loud noise. Gunshots, followed by shouting and ugly sounds. And then, a hollow pain in my skull as I lost consciousness again. When I next came to, I had something in my hand. In my hands. Something sharp. I didn't even think to ask what it was or where it came from. I just started working with the bindings. Rushed and clumsy, poked myself in the process. But I cut them loose, then took the gag out. Blindfold was so tight I cut it rather than try and... Ugh, the damn thing must have been acting as a bandage because when I took it off, between the light and the pain, I thought that my head had split open. It took me a long time to stand up. Felt like I could just lie on that cold, disgusting floor forever if I just... But something was poking me. Something tucked into my waistband. A gun. A gun. Imagine my surprise. Checked the safety, the chamber, reflexively, but only saw 2 spent slugs. I was too tired to be confused, so I just walked out that squeaky door and into red. Just red. And then I was blinking at an IV, handcuffed to a stretcher in an ambulance, some cop reading me my rights, saying that I killed 5 people. No, wait. Some judge or official said that later. Where's the 5th come from? When I woke up in the ambulance, all they said was that I was a cop killer. Emitting some strong language. I don't understand. You were held captive, interrogated, tortured, but then you woke up armed and were able to escape? The cops didn't ask me any questions, and I wouldn't have answered if they had. It's been nearly a full day, and I'm just now saying it aloud for the first time. It truly sounds absurd. This is your world, Sasuke, not mine. Do you have any theories on what happened? Only two possibilities come to mind. In the first scenario, one or more of my captors wanted to kill me but needed an excuse to do so. So they let me escape. They give me a knife and an unloaded gun and wait for me to stumble out so they can miss me and be done with it. But the plan doesn't work. Somehow I limp out of that room and shoot, cut, stab, kill them all. That would be quite the feat given the condition you say you were in. Yes, a tale for the ages. But it's not possible. Why isn't it possible? Even if he had the motive and they were stupid enough to give him the opportunity, he was still lacking a gun. Well, bullets. Well, enough bullets.
Bullets. He said he was given a knife and a gun, but he said there were 2 spent bullets and nothing else.
In the brief I read, 2 of the pod were shot to death. I'm sure you're highly qualified, Sasuke, but I doubt you can fire a gun without bullets. No, I cannot. As I said, the gun I woke up with had already fired both its shots. So, if we tell the police that the gun wasn't loaded, would that clear Sasuke's name for 2 of the murders? There is no proof that the gun was already empty by the time he got his hands on it. She's right. That gun was some kind of jailbroken mag rail. The only residue it'd leave behind is static. So long as my prints are on it, that's all the evidence they need to claim I fired it. How about that second possibility, then? The second possibility is that someone walked into the building, killed my captors, and then tried to frame me for it. That sounds like lunacy. We've already eliminated the other possibility. Insane trumps impossible. Like it or not, this bad Samaritan theory is our best shot. What is it? I'm just surprised you believe me. You haven't even asked if I did it. I never ask. It helps that I can usually tell. A wise policy for the world you're setting foot into. Not as if it makes any difference here. Even if I don't know if I'm guilty. Even I don't know if I'm guilty. You were drugged and beaten, you're still injured even now. And we just reasoned that you couldn't have killed your captors without help. What makes you think you might still be guilty? Because I've killed before. A pale spark flickers at the back of my mind. My index finger rises slightly. My lips part. Was I expecting this, stepping into the criminal underworld? Looking forward to it? The rare opportunity to speak frankly with someone else who's... You mean... Yes. I was in the military. Okay. I've taken lives. Many times. That doesn't make you a murderer. Soldiers are given orders. I'll kill people. Whether or not a superior asks me to doesn't change that fact. But soldiers? Are you a soldier, Sarah? No? So drop it. She's good at following orders. It could take years to acquire that skill. I imagine it comes easy for androids. Yes, I suppose that's... Wait, that's an android? Did you miss the glowing barcode? And ignore my self-introduction? Look, I'm tired. I thought those were highlights or something. Did my hair catch your eye? You have discerning taste. You see, each strand is actually... Was there something you wanted to say, Sasuke? I've taken lives before, and so I know how I feel afterwards. Then. Shut up! And how do you feel right now? Right now, I feel... What is it? You remember something? Yes. After I stepped out that door, I said I saw red. But I do remember one other sensation. I remember the feeling of gripping my sword. That brief you read. It listed all the charges, all the causes of death. The fifth man, the cops say I killed... How did he die? Stabbed through the back with a sword. Skewer like a piece of goddamn meat. Hi, Rays. And you got the balls to ask us to carry him to a hospital? I don't think that's quite how I phrased the request. I've been paying close attention. Would you like me to play back what you said? No right now, Sparky. Rays, she's just doing her job. It's not like she's asking... Oh, save the lecture, grey hair! Hi, London. Homicide detective. Likes duct tape, mascara, and oak. Dislikes parking lots, tires, and honeydew. The best at finding in restaurants. Commendations, none displayed at his workstation. Wardrobe, more expensive than it looks. Grey? Come on, my hair isn't... It's greying, maybe. Here's how I haven't made it clear. I've never liked you, Marvin. Oh, you're breaking my... I hadn't noticed. But I never took you for a mob lawyer. Whatever my client's associations might be, he's a cop killer! Innocent until proven guilty isn't a phrase I coined myself, detective. Homicide detective, third class. Like sneakers, volcanoes, and the Paralympics. Just like scalpers, hoarders, and niece. Favorite TV, civil engineering documentaries. Shampoo, dunno, conditions were important. Undefeated at volleyball. Really? It's actually somewhat important. Oh, don't worry about that. The proving won't take us long at all. Do you always take pride in rushing our investigations? We've all seen the sane intake file by now, yes? Wow. Cool mugshot you got there. Laceration found on left hand, internal bleeding from torso and skull, bruising and rope burns. My client was in bad shape when he was arrested, but his wounds were treated in medical transport. Yet somehow, in between arriving at the station and his booking, all his wounds were reopened, and some of them had multiplied. Tell me if you can, great detective. How will we ever solve the mystery of the reappearing fractured skull? Your client was being moved between floors. He struggled trying to escape. And then he fell down the stairs. Really? Was there a lawnmower waiting at the bottom? Look, we're all adults here. So let's just say it. The coworkers kicked the shit out of him. What do you want me to do about it? I want you to uphold the law. For some reason I thought you cared about that. The police badge is in a time machine. By the time we took custody, he was already... She's right, Tiger. What's done is done. You know you got a snowball's chance in hell at proving your client was assaulted while in police custody. And you never get charges brought against the officers who did it. So try asking for something doable. Don't go giving away all my best tricks. Door in the face tactic's already fragile. I want him to see a doctor. Gotta be shitting me. There's a bloody KW in there with military grade mods. He's not leaving this building. But we could have a doctor brought here. We'll give him the chance to take a hostage. He's not the 99 man raised. He can't break his cuffs. Don't say 99 man. You don't know what he means. He's too old. The 99 man, or a 99 man, refers to a theoretical state of being in which a human has replaced as much of their body with cybernetic equivalents as possible, thereby becoming someone who is 99% machine and yet technically still a human. The term first appeared in the speculative fiction short story Carved Out of Marble by M.P. Smith, but it rose to prominence after the 2072 Paralympics when middleweight track and field gold medalist Ayad Safron quoted the story as inspiration after breaking the world record at the time for 800 meters. Since then, the phrase has been popularized as both a meme and a thought experiment, opening up discussions about transhumanism in sports, the business world, education, and beyond. Some social media influencers, athletes, or tech evangelists have taken the 99 man as a challenge, putting themselves as much as possible with the explicit goal of approaching what they see as the current limit for transhumanism. Officially, the individual who has had the greatest percentage of their body mass replaced with artificial analogues is an anonymous male adult living in the Eastern Hemisphere who was suffering from a rare and terminal form of bone cancer before signing up for an experimental surgery offered through How Industries' Theseus initiative. How officially describes the patient as currently living a normal and productive life, though Theseus has never produced any consumer market products and has not published any additional research papers in the last 2 years, leading some to question whether the results are at all replicable. How about a medic who can't be taken hostage? The medical ad? Sure, great. See if we can't negotiate his premium lower while we're at it. Is that a refusal, Detective Reyes? Oh, I didn't say no, did I? Great. He also needs a protective detail. Lady, I swear to... Counselor. Protective details are comprised of off-duty cops. I don't think that'll have the outcome you're looking for. No. But if my client is left unattended one more night, he's likely to be declared unfit to stand trial when he shows up to court with his head caved in. An outcome I genuinely believe you're not looking for either. We could keep him there. What, in the interrogation room? Counseling quarter. Table can't be moved, but if you slide the chairs out the way, the floor's not actually that hard. How do you even know that? Given whatever lodgings he's had in the last 24 hours, I don't think your client will mind. So, if Detective Reyes and Detective London take shifts keeping watch... Now we're keeping watch? It is the Homicide Department's counseling quarter. You think I give a shit what happens to that son of a bitch? You think I wouldn't walk in there myself? You wouldn't. What? It's not in your nature. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You either have it or you don't. Trust me, if I had the chance to take a swing at that son of a bitch. Yeah, you already called him that. Piece of shit, a bastard, a killer. But unlike every other cop I walk past to get in here, you've yet to call Sosuke an animal. So what? What the hell does that matter? It's the only thing that matters. I got the outsider's perspective, so I know. The average human can do anything to anyone, so long as they're not a person. Whatever, think what you want, creep. Well, so long as that's your own request, we should be able to... I need to get into the crime scene as soon as possible. God. Well, like tonight? She's not rushing more than anyone else, Sunshine. Everyone up the line has been raring to go on this, now that Sosuke's actually got a lawyer. Well, maybe if that son of a bitch hadn't clammed up all day, we wouldn't... She said it again. Whatever! Pick then, counselor. You can bully us into guard duty or escort duty, but we can't do both. I need both. You'll have to split up. But I can help with that. Or rather, Sarah can. I can? Of course you can. You can go treat Sosuke. Adonai, I'm not trained in... Oh, I love this bitch. She's pretending she doesn't remember being registered as my medical ad. I'm getting a hold of an Xbox 360 media remote I can use to get rid of the menu on my CRT I can't get rid of. Let's go. Sarah really is in situations. She's just... she just can't get a break. Yes, I would never forget that. Unforgettable experience. But I've never done first aid before. Well, watch the tutorial first. Use lots of sanitizer. Just hand her some bandages, and she'll get Sosuke looking good as new in no time. Then you can plop her in front of the door and even 20 crooked cops working together couldn't get her to budge. That much is certainly accurate. I have a strong core, so if I focus and lower my center of gravity... Thanks for the sales pitch, but it doesn't mean shit. The silly music I can only ever think of was the Labubu theme because of episode 0, yeah. The crime scenes in the lower wards. If you think, after what happened last night, that any cop with a pulse would go down there without their partner... It's okay, Sunshine. I'll take it down, though. Is everyone else in here huffing Nirvana? London, it's in Blue Blood territory. Blue Blood territory outskirts, really. They lost the whole pod. They'd be swarming the place. You can't go down there without backup. Backup, huh? You know Mac from Contraband? Skinny guy? Kind of a perv? Yeah, he's skinny. Look, he's got crime scene analysis suits going over that place with a fine comb right about now. Drones, probes, the works. They'll have eyes on us before we get within 5 minutes of the place. Whatever. Just keep in contact for once. I hope you're being generously compensated, Eve. Selling your soul in the mob. It'd be a shame if you didn't at least get a good price. Hey! You coming, blinkers? Gotta find where they store all the medkits in this dusty old piece of... Go on. I'll be right behind you, detective. Sorry about that. She's still new to all this, really. Not old like me. She does seem to be on edge. More so than usual. I'm gonna get a HDMI to AV converter so I can play Koru with a CRT monitor. Oh my god. It's her first time losing a fellow officer. I think she's taking it pretty hard. Maybe even personally. Did they know each other? Ah, right. You gather up all your things. I'll go bring us up a ride. Great. Thanks for all the help, detective. You're a lifesaver. Though this is one occasion where I wouldn't have had any trouble finding the place.
So do you like Pepsi?
Really didn't take you that long to patch him up, huh? Now we just wait here all night. That clock runs pretty slow. If you're not doing anything else, detective, might you be interested in answering some questions? Once more into the depths. When I went down to the lower wards last night, I knew what I wanted to find, but I wasn't sure where to look. Now I know where to look, but I have multiple priorities to consider. I'm gonna play Delta in Chapter 3 with it because Tanner. Yes! Let's go. It'd be nice if I can prove Sasuke's innocence. It won't be easy given that I think he killed a cop, but keep me on the Ikaria's good side. That'd be nice. But what is essential is that I figure out what the hell happened after I left, and whether anyone found any trace that I was ever there. Everything else is second. Sorry. I guess I should have asked before I decided we'd be sharing a cab. I don't mind. But I am surprised. Did budget cuts take away your shiny patrol car? Patrol cars are shared, Counselor. Any cop can step into any other cop's car, sync their credentials, and drive. Convenient. Shame you can't personalize. Yeah, no more dice in the mirror. Is that why we're in a cab then? Personal taste? Police cars are full of bugs. Thought you might appreciate the privacy. Auto cabs are full of bugs too. True, but there are ways around them. Are there? I didn't know that. Yeah, plenty. Could be easy as flashing a police badge. Something you wanted to discuss in private, Detective? I was asked to get in contact with you and pass along a message. A secret admirer? Certain interested parties and all that. You know how it is. I'm not sure I do. Does this have something to do with my client's business affiliations? There would be a lot more blustering if I were to repeat it verbatim, so I'll paraphrase. Focus on getting the best outcome for your client. More of a reminder of what my job description is in the morning. And don't broaden the scope of your investigation any more than strictly necessary. Well, I always appreciate kind words of advice. But Detective London, that almost makes it sound like you're on the take. That's the city, Tiger. If you don't take a little, it'll bury you. Alive, if need be. Oh, they will? How conspiratorial. It's not a joke, Morgan. Do they threaten your wife with Tommy guns if you don't comply? It's gone more sophisticated than that. Well, maybe sophisticated isn't the right word. Complicated might be more accurate. Or you could just call it a quagmire. Or even a shitstorm. If you can't get along the goal log, even other cops won't trust you. You'll end up shot in the back, friendly fire. A tragic newspaper clipping. You're exaggerating. You're telling me the entire police force is corrupt? Corruption would be one thing. You could, in theory, root it out. But above and below the canopy, it's all intertwined. Every tree stabilizing every other tree. What do they call that? Not parasitism. Commensalism. There you go. The state pays criminal informants to rat on their peers and lets them keep their positions in exchange. Orcas buy judges and politicians to keep their men out of prison. Status quo. Balancing act. A cycle. Stable as any gyroscope. Forgive me if I found that hard to believe. Crime is at an all-time low. That's not a contradiction. People hate crime. But what gets people killed is chaos. And the opposite of organized crime is... So everyone's playing nice with each other. Even Detective Reyes? She's... What about the men? What about the man they think my client killed? Did he play nice? He was a special case. You got the brief. You recognize his last name? It's a big city. I don't put too much stock into last names. You'll need to break that habit if you continue to work in the underworld. Sosuke said something similar. Tarek Chopin. Only son of Miguel and Dominic Chopin. Hi. Patrol officer likes 24/7 news, calligraphy, and late dinners. Dislikes grey hairs, untucked shirts, and mint. He's a Bachelor of Science in Applied Philosophy. Awarded Senatorial Commendation of Bravery, posthumous. Survived by fathers Miguel and Dominic Chopin and City Councilman.
I think this is another one of those surnames where it's actually pronounced Chopin.
The power couple? Why would the son of two of our city's most prominent council members be working as a police officer? You want the full story? Always.
Chopping.
Don't you try to save lower waters patrols for the more seasoned, better armed officers? We do, yeah. How'd you know that? By going to the lower wards and looking at the cops sent there, of course. I read about it in Watch magazine last month. Oh? If Chopin was the son of such powerful men, why'd he end up in the lower wards last night? That... I don't know. You don't know?
By all accounts, he and his partner should have been at the least 2 patrols removed from the area. Must have been following up on some other lead. His partner, who's that? The hero who finally arrested the Hound of Icaria, that's who. We'll have to send him a congratulatory fruit basket. Yuri Rogers. Pretty bare bones record, but maybe that'll just add to his legend. What legend? Taking your client alive. Whacked him on the head with his sidearm, knocked him out cold. Guess it is a small miracle that Sosuke wasn't just shot dead if they thought he killed a cop. Maybe, but it wasn't pure luck. Only thing that did stick out to me in Rogers' record was his shooting score. 41. Out of? 100. You need 40 to pass. I think someone took pity on him when tallying up his score. So he only whacked Sosuke on the head because he was too bad of a shot to avenge his partner. At least Rogers knows his weaknesses. The Hound. I keep hearing that name. The Hound of Icaria. I cringe every time. No one actually calls him that, right? Sorry, but I've definitely heard that name circulating around organized crime before. Must be one hell of a bodyguard to have found a nickname for it. He's a bodyguard. And yeah, it must be pretty good. Of course, hound dogs are known for other things, besides guarding. Sorry, that was crude. Oh, don't be sorry. I don't even get enough of the joke to be offended. So, who was this Chopin, really? An idealist. Wrong line of work, then. You're only half right. When he entered the academy, everyone assumed it was a political move. First step in his career to becoming a senator or whatever. Maybe it was. But anyone who met the guy could tell you he would have made a lousy politician. You're saying he was honest? I wouldn't tell a lie if his life depended on it. The guy couldn't do small talk, much less make friends. Talking about cleaning up the city, cleaning up the police, cleaning up everything. If he was so unpopular, why was he kept on? No one on the force wanted to risk insulting his parents by firing him. Just got passed around from department to department, detail to detail. He did a lot of community outreach. Community outreach? What, like bake sales? Like giving talks to schools about saying no to drugs until you turn 21. Well, must have really loved his job to put up with that. Or he just wanted to prove a point that bad. Okay, that all makes for some interesting food for thought. But, Detective London, if you are working for the Blue Bloods... I never said I work for the Blue Bloods. It's more of a gig worker type thing, Tiger. I'm friends with everybody. If you are working for the mob in general, then how do I know you're even taking me to the right place and not to... Whoa, whoa. I may pass a message along here and there, but I'm not... Damn. Hell, no one else is either. Whatever you're imagining, it's not that exciting, I promise. Not that exciting. Sounds about right. Is it like this in every city? Handshakes and gentlemen's agreements behind closed doors? You disillusioned? The state has a great deal of power, Detective London. It makes countless rules. Now, I'm a big girl. I know that those rules don't apply to people equally. I understand the value of criminal informants and the possible conflicts of interests that arise in trying to keep them around. What I don't get is why the state has all this strength, and it won't use it to just wipe the underworld off the map. That's pretty cold logic. I'd expect my state to be far colder. Hey, you ever heard of this one? A politician, a CEO, and a mob boss sitting at a round table with a gun in the middle. Ouch.
Ow.
It was an iron gun. Yeah, you saw that coming. From a fucking mile away. Who you betting on?
The gun.
A comfortable gun. Mob boss. Would you be a mob boss or a worm boss? I've never met a mob boss.
Red.
Exactly. But I figure I'd go with the person at the table who recognizes a gun for what it is. A bargaining chip? A debate winner. Don't quote laws at men with swords, is it? Yeah. Who said that? Some Greek philosopher advising his students? A Roman general addressing the conquered. It's a trick question anyway. Rock, paper, scissors has no trump card. The politician can bring the heavy arm of the law down onto the mob boss if he doesn't shoot the CEO for him. The mob boss can have the CEO's family killed if he doesn't blow away the politician first. And the CEO could double charge a campaign of whomever the politician's opponent is if he refuses to miss the mob boss. Yeah. Seems like you could make the argument to go in the other direction too. You could. So the point the riddle's meant to teach is this. Whoever convinces someone else to pull the trigger comes out on top. Funny. So in the parable you've set up, the gun on the table, that's the police. A blameless tool with no will of its own. Yeah. Though it was older men than I who set it up. Didn't realize this country's police were so powerless. How ever do you manage? We used to have a partner that helped us out. A tiebreaker. Because all three of those powerful men would be screwed if a journalist told the world they were meeting together. I've got good news for you, detective. Journalists still exist. I could introduce you to one. You could even take a photograph. Oh, I know they're not extinct. People are always right. It's just that no one wants to pay them to. Sorry, didn't mean to talk so much. Maybe it's nerves, going back down here. What happened the last time he visited? Something up? Didn't put you to sleep, did I? No. Actually, the 3-seat table reminded me of an even older thought experiment. If God is omnipotent, why does he allow the existence of the devil? Even I know that one. To preserve free will or whatever, right? Yeah, that's the answer most people give. But I'm wondering if it isn't a rock, paper, scissors deadlock like the one you just described. God lets the devil be, so will terrify man, and man will always need God's warm protection. And God needs man's faith, which can't be compelled. Of course, most people always say that God's long dead in the 21st century, but we're still around. So that leaves the devil in an awfully strong position, doesn't it? You always picture 3 men in that room, don't you? Huh? Yeah, I guess I do. Sorry. Do 55 feminist rosaries for your penance. What? She's offended because she is the devil.
Devil. Lower wards.
Detective London. We're definitely not alone down here. But when you reassured your partner that we'd have company, I didn't think you were including blue bloods. You know, I knew I'd forgotten to mention. What? Well then she's a liar, babe. Because I never said that. No, I never said that. Oh, come on, babe. That's what she's like. She lies for fun. Because that's what I call you, babe. It's a pet name. You like it. No, don't hang up. Don't hang up, baby. Don't hang up. Of course I do. We gotta get to work, Han. I have to call you back, babe. Something just came up. Hello. London, what is this? London, who is this? Council Morgan?
This is Adelaide Han. She's, well, she's a blue blood. Hey, I'm a perfectly legitimate career woman. You're speaking to a Scientist Security Site Manager. If you need anything, miss, please don't hesitate to reach out. A real business card? It even has a watermark. I'm not familiar with Scientists. We're a private security and investigating firm. We provide bouncers, armed escorts, we catch cheating partners, find runaway debtors, run paternity tests, that kind of stuff. Scientists. Scientist Security is a trusted partner in your business ventures, offering a suite of private security services including but not limited to bodyguards, convoys, bouncers, private investigators, paternity tests, family history research, and shipping insurance. Answer a few questions about your needs in our portal below and we'll get you set up with the peace of mind you've been searching for. Your browser may prompt you with a security pop-up when interacting with some of the features on our site. You can safely disregard these messages as they're related to a legal matter that's already been settled out of court. We apologize for the disruption in your site experience. Ready to get started? Sorry, but have we met somewhere? No, I can't be. I'd never forget a beauty like you. She's the Hound's lawyer, Han. Seriously? She works those copper-headed scumbags? So we're mortal enemies? That sucks. Another life then, eh? But I'll still play nice if you will. Han. She's got a Labubu on her phone. Site manager. Likes new furniture, silk clothes, and dimples. Dislikes clingy types, jealous types, and needles. Plays pickup games. Avoids laundry day. Least favorite chore, throwing out dead flowers. Right. So you're private security, and you're currently securing this crime scene. Yeah? What's with the tone? What you're hearing is genuine bewilderment. London, why are the police letting blue bloods contaminate the crime scene where a cop died? Come on, we don't have cooties. If this wasn't the location where a cop died, we'd have already turned full control over to them. What? The police contract out secured. The police contract out the security around crime scenes to private companies all the time. Around here, the private company best suited for the job happened to be Sinus. Letting them conduct their own side investigations is a small concession to keep the peace. A small concession? They're probably in there destroying evidence as we speak. We have the arcs to preserve the crime scene. They could burn the building down and we still have a pristine copy. London Bridges is trying to save face. The police couldn't keep this crime scene off limits without our help, and he knows it. Gremlins would be smashing their shiny cameras and popping their expensive tires round the clock if we weren't here. Lower wards kids take out drones by tossing shoes at them for fun. Is that why you see shoes hanging off of wires? No, I don't know why that happens. It's just a thing teens have always done for fun. Mystery solved? Fine. Maybe the cops and the blue bloods are all consummate professionals who never even bicker. What kind of impartiality can I expect coming here to defend an Aspiratii? Well, you might get some ugly looks from those with less chivalry, but no one's going to get in your way. We know how defense attorneys operate. We know damn well how you usually win. No one's going to do anything that would let you worm the Hound out of his life sentence on a technicality. You sure you wouldn't prefer that? To have him back out on the street so you can take another shot at him? Oh, so flattery. That's how you flirt. What does that mean? You think we'd ever manage to gun down the Hound of Aspiratii in the street? Shank him in a hole to himself? Blue Bloods took him alive just fine the other day, didn't they? Yeah. And look what happened to them afterwards. So you won't tamper with the crime scene just because you want to make sure the state lobotomizes Sosuke for pentable homicide? Yeah. I mean, we also literally get paid good money to do these kinds of jobs, so we have a reputation to maintain. Rate us 5 stars when you're done looking around, okay? I'll be sure to leave a glowing review. So this is the main entrance? Front door looks about as heavy as I remember, but it's unlocked. What's that? How was this door found? Chopin and Rogers were the first officers on the scene responding to gunfire. Someone heard that. Good thing I cleaned up fast. Checked the area, then entered through the front door. The door was definitely locked when I arrived. But I didn't lock it behind me when I left. I didn't have any keys. Admiring our handiwork? This is a sinus installation. Who else would Blue Bloods trust to secure Blue Blood buildings? How does it lock? You never used a key before? I want to know how the lock functions. Does it lock behind you automatically? That's a good question. You looking to buy? Because I could set you up. It is a good question, Han. Why don't you answer it? Yeah, this model locks behind you by default. You need a key to get in if someone doesn't unlock it for you from inside. A physical key? Physical keys can't be hacked or overridden by a police badge. Some people consider those useful features. Is that why the door's ajar? Looks like the lock's been destroyed. Is it found like this? Yeah, for as long as the arcs has been up. Definitely wasn't locked when me and Ray's arrived, which was around 10:20 PM. Hang on, you and Ray's, what, you're the second officers on scene? That's right. We weren't far when the 10:999 went out at 10:15. Emergency response code, utilized in municipal systems around the nation, to signify that one or more first responders' lives are in danger. Most police departments' standard issue suite of biomonitors allow for this code to be sent out across emergency networks automatically when cardiac activity is disrupted or blood pressure changes rapidly. Due to the non-negligible chance that moderate exercise could be misinterpreted by biomonitors, leading to false alarms, some departments make it a policy to avoid enabling the automatic alert function. Long way from Precinct 254, isn't it? We were in the area. Awkward. You want the tour then? Actually, I'd like to check out the alley first. You know the crime scene's on the 3rd floor, right? Yeah, but it has a window that opens to the alley, doesn't it? I just prefer to start from the bottom and work my way up sometimes. Sure, we can start there. Just be careful where you step if you like those boots at all.
This one is all I got.
One problem with Blue Bloods and cops and insecurity. I don't know who to blame for leaving their shit here. I give the moral high ground to whichever part of society learns to pick up after themselves first.
That's all I got.
Bombing ruled out in University Fire. Panic abound last week on campus when the computer labs at North Technica University were set ablaze in the early hours of the morning. Students and faculty skirted the campus in anxious, hunched postures as federal agents descended on the lab's vicinity, searching for signs that could point to a culprit. But as of today, the fire has officially been ruled an accident and successfully traced back to a cooling system failure in the basement's main server hub. A freak accident that has provided simultaneous relief and confusion to the community. When the fire was first reported on, many were quick to point out its similarities to other fires and bombings recently reported as sweeping eastward across the nation. Dubbed by some members of the press as work of the Witch of the West, each incident appears to have targeted data infrastructure, hitting state, corporate, and academic nerve centers and leaving behind significant financial grief in the aftermath. Hundreds of thousands of files related to student debt, all of it non-recoverable, said one anonymous campus security specialist after their university student registry records went up in literal smoke. We're reaching out to alumni as quickly as we can to try and piece their records back together, but frankly a lot of them have been less than eager to speak with us, and we may have no choice but to re-examine payment plans for our current students' tuition. Federal investigative officials have no formal comments at this time, but some local law enforcement officers have described seeing federal agents frustrated with the so-called witch. Criticism of the response has begun to surface from the political realm, with Senator Colt now formally calling for the Director of Investigations to testify as to the progress or lack thereof in the search for the serial arsonist. And other notable. Hey, we don't seem to have your ID in our database. If you can fill out a simple form for us, we can get you the rest of this article, along with a ton of other cool offers and limited time sales served up exclusively through a compliment ID 09 like you. I feel like I've heard stories about bombings out west the last few months. But I didn't know they'd all been attributed to one person, or that they're now calling them the Witch of the West. There's no mention of victims, only data centers being targeted. But clearly this witch is hunting someone where it hurts. Now we got... Now we got schools involved. What really stands out here is that federal investigators are getting involved. My thoughts exactly. Most national security agencies were absorbed into the military police complex decades ago. That borough survived, but it's a mere fraction of the size it used to be, and very different in its functions. Their modern reputation is that of attack dogs, deployed by the Senate to make examples of political targets. I can't say I like the idea of them being out there hunting for serial offenders. So, we're not for free. Ah. Oh well. We're also 11:15, so... Seems this is why I gotta call it for tonight. Oh look, new title. Oh, swell. Well, that was pretty good. Yeah, that was fun. We began episode 2. And now we once again have to solve the case of a murder that we committed. Except we're also working on a murder that we didn't commit at the same time. Interesting. Alright. I'm gonna head off for the night now, though. I'll be back again with episode 2 of The Devil tomorrow. Till then, have a great rest of your night, guys. I'm very lesbian about many of the characters in this game. Yep. They're really, really well designed, I'd say. I don't like when bad things happen to them.
Bad things are going to happen to me, aren't they?
That is going to happen to me, isn't it? Alright. Have a good night, guys, and I'll catch you all tomorrow. See ya.